Hello everyone, welcome back to another episode of Fear the Old Lore, Dark Souls Remastered, Prepare to Lore Edition. Yesterday we didn't finish off going through Sen's Fortress, just took a little bit of a detour talking about a bunch of lore and looking at Logan stuff. So I double checked the triggers for him to be sent to, or not sent to, the Duke's Archives. I was going to say, in order for us to be able to learn sorceries from him, we actually need to have 15 intelligence. Right now we only have 10, so we're kind of out of luck there. So what I intend to do then is to go through Anor Londo briefly, and then enter the Painted World of Ariamis. And then once I'm in there, I'll probably farm enough souls before going to Priscilla, and then I'll come back here with 15 intelligence to talk to him, just to get all of his dialogue in the game. So with that being said, right now, we've already talked to Briggs and I think Logan as well. I don't remember where the triggers are right now. So hope everyone's doing well. Emlyn, thank you for the good luck on the stream, and also welcome back. Katie, what's up yourself? I'm doing pretty well. How about you? Ziona says, you've decided to watch Mahler's critic on Defensive Dark Souls, and holy cow, you're on part 6. Patrick N, welcome back. Whoa, greetings, thank you. So, we will be continuing going through Sen's Fortress, obviously, and then most likely the Painted World of Ariamis in the near future.
Hello there. Glad to see you alive.
I fail to see your design, but if you think I'm too old to defend myself, perhaps some sorcery will change your mind.
I didn't realize he had, like, oh, damn it. Oh, my roll is slow. I was gonna say, I didn't realize he had, like, a sword of some kind. It's kinda cool. I wonder if he can hit Griggs. I guess not.
Heavens, the folly of youth. I'm too old for this.
What a classic line. Right. Obviously, I will reload the save. I just wanted to get the footage of him dying there just to see what he says and to show off a little bit of his spells, even though we'll fight him later in the archives.
Did you ring the second? This is...
Oh yeah, I probably shouldn't talk to him. Anyway, we've already shown off all of that. I don't think Laurentius has anything else to say either. We should be good to reload.
Oh, hello there. You've been a stranger these days.
I'm wrong.
Why? What spectacular pyromancy? Tell me about it. I have never seen anything like it. Why, yes, of course. Thank you for sharing. I'm still an able pyromancer. I shall locate him myself. I'm in your debt once again.
I suppose I should have put the Zweihander away, but we'll see.
A pyromancer's flame is a part of his own body. The flame. When I gave, please.
We've already seen all.
Goodbye then. Be safe, friend.
We've already hit him. Patches should not be back yet, but actually, I wonder if the bells have anything to do with it. I doubt it, but yeah, no, still not here. Okay, that's all good. So let's go ahead and reload, and then send Logan back to Firelink, and then we'll just proceed up with the rest of Sen's Fortress, and we'll summon in Iron Tarkus to fight the Iron Golem. Should be kind of fun. Emlyn says, the giants at the start of Anor Londo are a good farming spot. I was going to farm with the Painted World, just because the Phalanx dudes, I think they give the most souls in the game. So they're like super easy to farm, and they give you a ton of souls. We might get lucky and get a sign of avarice if we go that way. Did I actually reload it? I have no idea what I just did. I think I just did this. Wait, no. Brains on autopilot. I don't know if I just uploaded it after killing Logan. If I did... Okay. Existential crises of the brain going on autopilot, man.
Oh, heavens. Thank you. I'm saved, and I'd love to resume my travels. But I must log a few things first, and I owe you a favor. I will return to Firelink Shrine. Speak with me there, so that I may impart my sorcery. Oh, hello. Don't mind me. Go on ahead. I'll be along later. Whoa, I'll be just fine, young one.
Patrick asks, what's even Logan's sword? It looks like a falcon. Elda says sorcerers have daggers. Well, his definitely seem really long. I'm really bad at identifying the weapons in the game just by how they look, though. But Tarkus can solo the Golem, yeah. That thing wasn't a dagger, but yeah, basic sorcerer stats start with the dagger. Ziona says, patches only sets up after Nito is killed. Yeah, that's what you guys have told me. I'm just going out of the way to check it and confirm it for myself as well. So I appreciate that.
Oh, hello. Don't mind me. Go on ahead. I fail to see your design. But if you think I'm too old to defend myself, perhaps some sorcery will change your mind.
I was wondering if it was going to go through the cave. Wait, he ran out of spells? Why did he look at himself like that? Oh, so that's his weapon again? I wonder if you can backstab me. Probably, but...
Heavens, the folly of youth. I'm too old for this.
Okay, that was pretty cinematic. It's interesting that he doesn't drop anything either. And now I'm paying attention that I am downloading. I'm not surprised that there's nothing different there, but sometimes it's nice to have extra footage of that kind of thing. Because Logan might be worth like talking about somewhat in depth. And you really don't see a lot of him, all things considered. Hamlet says, how can you be too old to die, Logan? Patrick says, that thing wasn't a dagger, but yeah, okay, I read that one. Okay. Wait, he says that returned to Firelink? Was he there before? No. Well, I mean, he might have come there, because at least the Crestfallen Warrior talks about him, I think, at some point. Yeah, it does look like a katana.
I'll be along.
But I really feel like he's just telling us to go back to Firelink, and that's where he'll be. He just assumes that we've been there. Pretty rightfully so. So I think there's like one area of treasure, it's not on this side, that we still need to grab. I'm trying to remember how to get down there. I think it's from the top portion of the tower. Almost yeeted myself. Where's our cage again? Right there? Okay. And then there's all the stuff down there, which is kind of annoying to deal with. I don't remember if there's anything super important. We know that corpse, I think, just has like souls. We can get that if we really wanted to. Maybe I should just show this off now? No, if I ever come back and deal with the Titanite demons, we could deal with them then. Didn't realize this was a cage for two. Oh, it actually stayed on me. That's crazy. Never had that happen before. So I think we need to go this way. I thought I've already checked down here. Oh, so I might be misremembering. Yeah. Because we see the boulders come out. Wait, no. This is not what I was thinking. Oh, yeah. I kind of remember now. Hopefully. Katie says, you think it's a falcon or a scimitar? Foxy Boxer, welcome back. You said, you think Logan has been to Firelink previously? You always assumed most characters knew of Firelink or had been there. Yeah, I feel that way as well, especially since the Crestfallen Warrior does kind of mention him by name. I think we need to go down this way. And then there's like another Berenike Knight down here, or is it a boulder? Something like that. One hitter quitter. Oh, there's two of them. Oh, and this one's got red eyes. I guess most of the hollows kind of have red eyes, but they're not as big a deal in this one. So this has a chain. And I think this has, yeah, just a stone plate ring. So we need to drop down from somewhere to get there again. Don't exactly remember where off the top of my head. I didn't think I had to jump from the top. Maybe I do. Yeah, it kind of looks like it. We get the sniper crossbow and some sniper bolts. Oh yeah, and I think there's something I picked up. Oh yeah, it was the lightning spear, and I didn't look at that last time. I think the description's going to be generic. It's just kind of been infused with lightning. Which is pretty cool, I think, but... Before going back to the bonfire, I do want to double check everything, because I don't remember if I went down to the one portion that just has the one serpent lady thing. And we've already looked at the flame stone plate rings cousins or whatever, so that's where the one Berenike Knight was. So I don't think there's anything over here we haven't looked at. His Ricard was that way. I don't remember. So maybe it's inside that gives us access. Oh wait, no, that's where we picked up the cage key. Okay, yeah. Okay, so we should be good then. Alright, I'll go use my humanity. And then we'll summon in Tarkus for the Iron Golem fight. Because it's not a hard fight, and also the meme potential. So let's... that. Jesus Christus says, have you been by the giant at the gate? Which giant? The one at the very top? Or the one that drops all the boulders? Because then maybe not. Seem to have a short memory. Did I just... Yeah, I just used my humanity, didn't I? No? Wait, no. I just... Okay, so I did. This area really isn't too bad when you don't have gigantic flaming balls coming at you. Wait, did I ever go down the tower? Oh, okay, that's the way that I was thinking of with the undead dude. Oh yeah. I'm gonna show him off. I know we showed him off once, and so yeah, that was the way that I was thinking of. So we did go all the way down here, I think, because that's where we got the cage key, and that's where the one serpent thing that I was thinking of was. Pretty confident we did that. I don't know why I just took so much effort to take care of that. Behind the illusory wall by the ladder up from the demon pit? No. I don't think I ever even knew about that one, to be honest. The ladder up from the demon pit. Is it the one with all the dude with the souls? Oh wait, maybe I have done that once, but I don't think I did that on my last playthrough. Damn it. Well, we're gonna go check. Thank you for pointing that out, because I definitely forgot about it.
Oh, yes, it's you. What is it? Still something you need, eh? Anything at all? Where do I get all my things? I'm stripped off the corpses of fools like yourself. It isn't easy. I have to catch them just before they go hollow. And don't worry, I'll be there to claim your trinkets, gazing at your final twisted grimace. What the devil's got into you? Help me.
So that just kind of shows that he's close to hollowing, but even before he went hollow, he was obviously killing people for all of their equipment. It's interesting that he points out that he does it before they all go hollow. Yeah, we definitely went down there. Okay, don't need to show that off. So, he's kind of out of the way, so in some ways it doesn't really matter if we kill him right now. It's the fastest way back, probably through there. But as always, I will just reload the save once we get to looking at the giant thing. Unless there's something really cool, then I might need to reload it. Just showing it off will suffice, I suppose. Which way? That'd be annoying. This is also annoying. I think he stops throwing things. Oh, did I never loop that body? This one follows me? That's annoying. No problem, it's easy to miss, thank you. So, this will take us by the other sorcerers, I think. We'll spawn up behind them or on top, something like that. So it looks like we might show off this area anyway. Oh damn it, the slumbering dragon crest ring. Okay, I might need to reload and come back then. Let's go ahead and equip that one iron ring so we can run fast through all this crap. And then I'll try to show off the illusory wall. Is it like up the ladder or is it someplace else? Because I definitely don't remember. Definitely didn't think it was over there. Okay. Oh, we're almost dead. That drop probably would have killed me. That's annoying. You think it's on top of the ladder? Okay. We will test that out. Let's regret everything. A plunging attack with. Damn it. No special animation. We just get hit. Probably shot. Oh, we're even out of Estus. Oh yeah, because we only have 5. I'm popping it because I don't really care. And then we'll check out the slumbering dragon crest ring that we just picked up. I think that's one that Griggs drops. Actually, that'd be a really good one because it masks our sound. Oh yeah, this is... You can't roll through that one. Interesting. Okay. So this is just the large soul of a proud knight. Katie said, so anyway, you were reading Meditations and there were a few lines in it that sounded similar to Dark Souls in regards to souls. Might post it on the Discord later. Yeah, definitely. Feel free to do that. Oh yeah. I don't remember if there's any treasure over here. Maybe it's just that he just attacks us? Does he drop anything special? Rampage, no. Oh, I did not roll. I meant to. It just was a little slow. Alright, so I'll read the ring and then I'll reload. Oh, he has a hawk ring? Okay, well I'll just reload it anyway and then I'll go back there. To bring our merchant friend back. And to preserve that humanity. Or maybe I'll do Iron Tarkus and the Iron Golem first, since we're already up here. Wait, I can just come back later, because I want to show off everything with Logan and the Lord Vessel. Okay, so yeah, I'll probably just save that for later then. Oh, I meant to read the ring. Well, I screwed up. Did I just download? Hopefully. Also, Effervescent and Endless Sea, welcome back to the stream. That's the only illusory wall in the whole game you can't roll through for some reason? Yeah, that's really interesting. And that's the giant at the top of the tower in the Undead Settlement in Dark Souls 3 who has the hawk ring. And yes, when you get it from the chest behind the giant blacksmith. Okay. We already talked to him. Maybe I want to buy a few more of these. Maybe not. We should be fine. I could buy Titanite shards though. No, I probably need to save my souls just because of leveling up intelligence later on. Oh, did I don't think I ever... No, I did read the Katarina stuff. Yeah.
So you're that good? Don't need a thing? It won't be long before you're begging for mercy.
I'm pretty sure that's also the same voice actor for the narrow-minded man in Bloodborne. That's annoying. Up, and I'll go ahead and level up now. Since I'll collect a bunch of the souls for the intelligence stuff later on. Really not scaling right now. So let's just go with vitality. It's always nice to have. Loop says, you wonder how people found that bonfire? I found it on my first playthrough without like guides. I was just looking around and stumbled upon it, I suppose. I think it's because like I noticed that there's a crack in the wall as opposed to like all these spiked pillars and stuff. I don't think you can really hear the bonfires until they're embered up though. Otherwise I would have guessed like they might have heard it. It's not a place you'd want to explore due to the explosive boulders. Maybe after the boulders are cleared? Yeah. So, I don't remember where Tarkus spawns in at. probably like right by the Golem arena. Sweet, we got a shard. Or is he in this room? Is that like the real reason for this thing being over here? Yeah, okay, so this is Iron Tarkus. He is a badass. And he's also one of the people that was mentioned by the Undead Merchant that first time we came through here. Unless he says, are there any theories on who Sen is? Not really substantial stuff. I just don't think there's enough evidence for us to say much one way or the other. So, Black Iron Tarkus is wearing the Black Iron set, which is extremely heavy, which kind of just leads into why he's so strong. Boy, is he slow. I wonder if he fat rolls as a consequence. He also has that great shield. So it's kind of like a non-Havel version of Havel. What's he looking at? Whatever. To the right of the fog? Yeah, there. Okay. And welcome back, Merc. Sleep says, Iron Tarkus, one of the few NPCs who actually knows how to fight the boss you can summon him for. Patrick Ensign, isn't sen a Japanese word for 1,000 or 100 or so? Yes. There's a lot of like homophones that you could make guesses about, but that's kind of all it's really going to come down to. Just guesses. Merc says, canonically died to gravity just like so many others. So this is the Iron Golem. Let's get Tarkus in there. Tarkus, you're not doing your work right now. Come on. Kind of baited Tarkus into that. Oh, they can actually grab the NPCs. I didn't realize that. Let me step back a little. He's already staggered the Golem. Two-handing like a boss. He just keeps it stun locked? Holy crap. So one of the cooler things about the Iron Golem is when you look in the center of its chest, it's got that giant circle hole. It's reminiscent of like the Ring Knight armor in Dark Souls 3. That's also reminiscent of obviously like the Dark Sign. And within the Iron Golem, they have like, what is it, a dragon bone? We'll see when we... well, when Tarkus kills it. I thought he was gonna die, because he's trying to run back to me. It just doesn't give a damn. Oh my god, he's such a beast. Alright guys, we did it. Yeah, so even if I fought the Iron Golem myself, it wouldn't be too different just because this Vihander will stun it just as well as Tarkus was. So let's check out that core of an Iron Golem, and we also got a little bit of humanity. We also get that from most bosses, so I don't really know if that's actually supposed to be significant. Carry your weight, Tarkus? Pretty much. That's exactly what it does with his armor set, too. Sleep says, you guess the Wish also knows how to fight the Moonlight Butterfly. Yeah, you're just used to these games giving you NPCs which can't survive the boss for long. Yeah, the Butterfly doesn't really target Beatrice as well. It'd kind of be interesting to see it be more of a one-on-one. I still feel like Beatrice would just wreck it, just because he has better aim. Effervescent says, you were discussing Sen's name yesterday. Sen can mean many things in Japanese. If it does mean anything, you think it means mountain because of the geography, but you think it was intentionally made vague. Tarkus may have OP damage, lol. Radek Asapov, welcome. You said, if you remember correctly, the Iron Golem served as an inspiration for the Giants in DS2, and with the hole in the center of the chest. Tarkus has a lot of health. Tarkus just has crazy stats. Good game, wow. You're hearing the Iron Golem's OST. Iron Golem is hearing tough guy finger snapping. Alright, so this is the core of the Iron Golem. It's a soul serving as the core of an Iron Golem, guardian of Sen's fortress, and slayer of countless heroes seeking Anor Londo. Originally a bone of an everlasting dragon, used to acquire a huge amount of souls or to create a unique weapon. So it's really interesting that it's essentially the bone of a dragon, which acts as the quote-unquote soul of the Iron Golem. When we look at the icon, it doesn't change. At least in the base game, I don't think there were like really special souls, unfortunately, other than maybe the Lord Souls. But the DLC adds a few different kinds of souls with like Artorias and Manus. But for what it's worth, this dragon bone resembles the souls of powerful beings, I guess. And that might just go to show that even though dragons technically aren't alive, they might still have souls in them, or like, I don't know. I guess you could say that they're alive by the time of the fire, but Miyazaki says they aren't like living beings because they don't have desire and all that. So that's just kind of what we have to roll with. Sleep says, it's interesting that FromSoft decided to straight up have an NPC that utterly destroys the boss. It goes with their mentality of subverting tropes, or at least to break conventions to create experiences. Yeah, it almost feels like they screwed up, but the Iron Golem, even though we're kind of like memeing and joking about it, he can be kind of tough just because there are no proper footholds or like walls around here, so it's really easy to actually get like blown off, or if you get grabbed, like thrown off. So it's actually really cool we got to see it grab an NPC twice. Right, and now with all of that done, we have this... Oh wow, this is actually more substantial in this version of the game. In Dark Souls 1, it just looked like a random white sphere that was like 2D yet 3D, like whichever angle you look at it from, it's going to remain like a circle with a hole in it. I guess this might be analogous to like the Dark Sign in some ways. I don't know what a proper explanation of this is. It kind of resembles, I think, the Way of the White Corona? There is a spell that pretty much looks exactly like this and will heal people around it. Or it like leaves traces of this, of itself in like other worlds. I don't remember exactly off the top of my head. I didn't think about it before coming on stream, otherwise I would have looked it up. But yeah, when we come up to it, this will trigger a cutscene to send us up to Anor Londo. And I suppose while we're here, I should probably get a little bit of footage of looking up and all that crap. So, when we were at the Undead Parish before, we mentioned that there was like this door, but it looked more like empty from that vantage point, which isn't really that big a deal, but when we do come up here finally, we can see that it's kind of like been bricked away. I don't know how else to describe it, so maybe the gods did it to keep the humans out because they're afraid of the dark. I don't really know, we don't get too much of a story behind that. So in order to reach Anor Londo, you still need to come to Sen's Fortress, and then for whatever reason the Batwing demons will ferry us up there. I don't think we'll be able to like zoom all the way up, so yeah, we probably... I guess we can't really look up any higher, unfortunately. So there is that Undead Parish over there. Go it off from this way. So that's where we rang the first bell of awakening with the gargoyles. I guess we can't see any of the gargoyles from this distance because of the low poly models. That's the undead church over there. And so like the burg would be like beyond it that way, kind of. I don't know if we'll be able to show that off. Maybe if I go to the top. John Doe, welcome back. You said the Cleric Resonance Circle looks like the Anor Londo Circle, in your opinion? Yeah. Oh, you guys have said a bit more than that. Let me scroll up. 80 says the ancient dragons seem to be different than everlasting dragons. I don't think so, other than like if you want to make the argument that like Seath or Midir are ancient dragons and technically not like everlasting ones. I feel like they just kind of use synonyms to discuss all that. I guess that would be where the other church where Andre is? Oh wait, no, it should be like right over here, like towards the front of it. So wouldn't it be? Oh no. Oh yeah. So that seems like the entrance, maybe? So that'd be the church. That would make sense. Okay. I don't know if we can see too much else. But at the very least, it does show that they did put a decent amount of thought into making the world kind of consistent. So I guess maybe in the distance we could say that might be like Ulasil, or like the Darkroot Garden. I don't think we're gonna get like a clearer image of it. Okay. Alright. Well, let me see what you guys are saying. Sleep says Iron Golem is tanky in the arena is tricky, but his moveset is simple. Yeah, especially if you can stagger him. If you can't, it'll be more challenging, obviously. Effervescent says the Iron Golem is the only really difficult if you're a dex build, which makes sense because you don't really get like the stagger effect going on so much. John Doe said life in general in Dark Souls / Bloodborne seems to be humanity, so hollows and beasts aren't alive even though they are. Yeah, so like their insides are like what's alive. Like the blood represents life to a certain degree, and humanity represents life to a certain degree. Effervescent said, Illusory Wall did a good video explaining the miracle resonance rings in DS1. Okay, I definitely need to check out a lot of Illusory Wall's content. Because I've only seen a few things. And that was a long time ago. Boxy Boxer says, yeah, in Dark Souls, when you cast miracles, it leaves these little white circles. They buff the other player's miracles, you think. Resonance signs? Okay. Sleep says, are you talking about the white rings? You saw a video on them. They appear when miracles are being cast and they boost certain miracles. They don't appear much because they don't really work. An experimental mechanic that was kept in the game, but does very little. Makes sense. When I was playing like Prepare to Die Edition the last time I was doing that, I actually saw one of the resonance rings right before coming into Sen's fortress, like from the very beginning. So I was so confused. I was like, why the hell is the Batwing summoning sign right here? I was so confused because I forgot that it was a mechanic at first. Interesting. Okay, might be worth showing off some of these statues. So it looks like we've got Gargoyle-esque or like Batwing demon statues. So maybe it was kind of established for a long time that they were going to be the fairies to go to Anor Londo. With everything kind of dilapidated, it's a little hard to say what their real function was. Like, much of like most of Dark Souls 1's multiplayer. Says, you can sometimes see resonance rings in the Gank Forest. Yeah. How could Seath not be an everlasting dragon if he lived in the Grey World? I don't think Seath was an everlasting dragon. I feel like since he's different than the other dragons, he must have been born after the First Flame, or affected by disparity since he didn't have the scales, which would make him a dragon. Jesus says, the Duke's archives may be visible too. There probably would be. Oh wait, we can kind of see it. I don't think I can actually like look up. Oh, we can, okay. So yeah, those are the archives right there. We got a little bit lucky. Oh, actually, if I go back... Ooh, I almost ran off. A la the Moonlight Butterfly all over again. Okay, so this might be a better vantage point to try to look at Anor Londo. So those are like the Duke's archives, because it's got like the observatory type thing at the very top. Like the dome. And we can only just see the walls of Anor Londo. Actually, this might be a decent spot where we can show that off. Sweet. Whatever. That'll be good enough, I think. Foxy said he saw a Vagrant on the Prepare to Die for the first time in years the other day. Hopefully we'll see one in this LP. Well, I'm playing in offline mode, so rip our chances for Vagrants. I actually didn't even know Vagrants were a thing until, like, years after I played the game. Philippe said, you guess there could be some time between the First Flame and the revolt of the Flameholders. You think Anor Londo was intentionally obscured? There isn't really any way to see the city from anywhere else. Kind of like how Yurthil in 3 is always hidden under a large white cloud. Okay. So let's trigger this cutscene here. Oh, we have to examine the Ring of Light. Try to scan a bit, and then I'll hit X. Damn it. Got an idea. Camera speed too fast. Feels bad, man. Okay. That wasn't too bad. I should have been facing the opposite way, I guess. So our Batwing demon friends fly us up over the clouds. We get that kind of angelic choir type effect going on over a beautiful sunset in the distance. Terms and conditions may apply. Trophy thing went away, and we can return back to Sen's Fortress, I guess, by talking to Batwing Demon. Didn't realize it just kind of chilled there. Oh, I should have remembered. This will be a kind of good chance to show it off. Get close. So it looks like the Batwing Demons themselves also don't have eyes. They've got those wings. Really long floppy ears which kind of resemble horns, but overall they look pretty humanoid, so I wonder if there is that kind of relation between Batwing demons and humans. They've got, is that 4 or 5 fingers on each hand? Okay, it only looks like 4 fingers and then 3 toes. We can potentially take that as a sign of them being like a less evolved form of life, depending on how you read things like the Great Ones in Bloodborne, like Amygdala's having 6 fingers on each hand, and the Celestial Emissaries having 7 on their left. So, and beasts also kind of end up having 4 fingers and 3 toes, depending on which ones you face in the game. Alright, so I'll probably spend a decent amount of time just like panning around for footage. Actually, let's scan easily. What's 0 do? Okay, that kind of works. Still actually a little bit faster than I was expecting. I mean, obviously I'm like wobbly just because I'm it out. It's a pretty good shot of the archives. Anor Londo is quite breathtaking. Must have been a lot of work to model, despite how little of it that can be really explored. Yeah, you can just see the tip top of Anor Londo peeking out. Praise the sun. Resan, welcome back. You said you never noticed how the Batwing's heads look like exposed brains. They're a lot more fleshy than most demons. Foxy says you never noticed that in Bloodborne. What? Time for another replay? Hell yeah. Effervescent said, you love how the sun just slices through the wall. 10 out of 10 remaster. That's why it's a remaster, not a remake, right? Okay, so maybe I'm going to do the fast pan. Oh. Ah. Damn it. I guess I could have, like, kept going. Whatever. Right here. Left. Not perfect, but pretty serviceable. Let's start from here again, and then... Okay, that should be good. Anything else I want to show off? I don't really know. Oh, maybe I do want to get, like, the church up to the top of the archives. If I draw some comparisons later on. Start it from here. Okay, I think that'll do it as far as trying to get some just generic scenic footage. They look like the Demon Prince. Patrick says, you like how you can see several locations from one spot in DS1? Yeah, I think they do a really good job of that in all of their games. I don't know how well DS2 does it, but I have seen the screenshot that's been floating around recently of like what Majula looks, or like what Heidi's tower looks like from Majula without the big old hill in the way. So even in that, they do pay a decent amount of attention to details. That one won't attack me just yet. So these two are annoying, and I think there's a mimic behind them to really just drive home the points. Oh yeah, let's just go to the bonfire for all this crap. And then we can explore to our heart's content. There's a lot of cool stuff going on in Anor Londo as well. Be worth talking about. So this bonfire does have a firekeeper, this brass lady over here. Actually, let's get the bonfire in the shot. We can. Yeah. That way. I need to go left a bit more. That'll be good enough. Okay. 2 does it, but often makes mistakes when it comes to distance and locations. One example being to see Dringlet Castle on the left passing through a tunnel, then suddenly the castle on the right. Which could have been a cool mind trip if it was intentional and lampshaded. Like, they keep teasing you by making you go towards the castle, but it keeps changing location, and the way to the castle doesn't even have the castle. Sounds crazy. Let's, Did I save it now? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, let's just go ahead and save it. Maybe I should also kindle up that bonfire and get it to plus 15 for now. I mean, I'm fine if it goes away later on, but that's a good one to do just because we'll end up going to the archives from here and then just like proceeding through the painted world and Anor Londo itself. It makes sense. Just to make the game easier on ourselves. Cleep says, if you want to commit to your world nonsense, commit to it is all you say. I mean, it makes sense. That's one of the hardest parts of trying to commit to a joke, story, or pretty much anything, just actually committing and going with it completely. Which is kind of why, and this isn't really relevant to Dark Souls at all, why like George Costanza is a pretty good character for Seinfeld, because he really takes things to the limit at times to keep his lies going, preserve his ego. I think this will be good. I don't like fire being so damn loud, though. I think we're just screwed no matter what we do, though. Okay.
Well, you are a rare visitor. Welcome to the lost city of Anor Londo, chosen undead. If you seek Lord Gwyn's old keep, exit here and head straight yonder. If you are the chosen one, a revelation shall visit thee. What follows thereafter depends upon you.
I like how she says, if you're the chosen one. Like, we haven't already done all this other crap to prove it. We're still not good enough.
What is it? What am I? Well, I am the keeper of the bonfire. If not for me, what beacon would there be in this lost city? A gatekeeper and a guide. That is my calling. The bonfires attended by the keepers are special. They are linked to one another, and their flames never die. Yet never shall the keepers of these flames meet. If you require rest, now is the time. That is, after all, what the bonfire is for.
I think that's it.
If you require rest, that is, after all, what the bonfire is for.
So, I should probably look at her lines again, because I don't think I have looked at them like super closely in the Japanese, except for when she talks about like Seath. But it's really interesting that she points out that the bonfires are linked, but the keepers shall never meet. We really don't get a lot of information about the fire keepers throughout all of the games, so their roles have always been a little bit enigmatic, I think. By the time of 3, there's only really like one bonfire keeper, so I don't know. It has a lot more questions to me than I'm comfortable with at times. Loop says, in Bloodborne, you think overall it does a better job at breaking your immersion. Canehurst made you take a coach on a road you can clearly see that doesn't exist anymore. In the DLC, you go up to a tower and end up in a fishing village at sea level. Kind of wish that would be visible in the skyline of the Hunter's Nightmare, but you can't verify and don't think it's the case. No, there is no like a visible verification of it, but you do get the hints of that with the snail lady falling down when you go to pick up the pizza cutter.
If you require rest, now is the time. That is very well. So be it. Expunging fools like you is part of my charge.
So it looks like she has the Blade of the Dark Moon there. Spell. That's why it's all purple. My camera... Oh, yeah, I'm like, my camera feels slow, duh. I only turned it down to 8. Or to 0 from 8.
But how? This man is a threat. Master Gwendolyn.
So if for whatever reason you kill her here, that does give you a hint as to a secret boss with Gwendolyn. Firekeeper is absent, cannot light the bonfire. That reinforces that once the Firekeeper is killed, the bonfires go kaput. We get her Firekeeper soul, which will be kind of important to talk about. I'm going to need to redo that once we get done here anyway. Soul of the Dark Moon Nightess, a Firekeeper of Anor Londo. A Firekeeper's soul is a draw for humanity, and held within their bosoms below just a thin layer of skin are swarms of humanity that writhe and squirm. Her brass armor serves to disguise this ghastly form. I wish we could actually get a better hint of what that supposed ghastly form is. Maybe it's like the humanity within her. I don't really know. But yeah, this does obviously tie her into the Dark Moons, despite her having that spell there. And I'm not sure if there's anything else I wanted to say about her. I feel like there was, but I don't know. With all that said and done, we'll go ahead and reload as usual. And then we'll fix our camera settings, hopefully. Sleep says, oh nice, you just can't find videos of it and you don't have the DLC yourself to check? Okay, so I did have a playthrough, 2 playthroughs, where I went through the game and I pointed that out. They should be on my YouTube channel. And I think other people talk about it in lore videos when they talk about like the DLC and the layers of the nightmares and stuff. Let's change our options again. Camera speed. There we go. It's actually not as much of a crazy difference between 8 and 0 as I thought there'd be. 0 definitely feels way too slow, but... They're doing... Oh yeah. Humanity, that's what I thought. Let's use that one humanity our Iron Golem gave us. Alright, so now we should have a 15. Oh dang, we got a lot of souls from it. Wait, how come we can... I leveled up Vitality before because leveling Strength wouldn't increase our weapon damage. But now it's showing way more. That doesn't make sense. Was I not on Strength before? Was I just looking at the wrong thing? Did I do this? I'm so confused. Okay. So 3 points gives us 12 additional attack power, which is quite a lot. So we're just kind of trucking along here. Equipment. Okay, totally looks like we're good now. Oh yeah, I didn't ever read the sniper crossbow, and I put it away, or like I didn't go back for the slumbering dragon crest ring. So I'll need to look at that. And we also have our lightning spear to look at. So this is a standard spear used commonly by soldiers, long reach, and can be used with shield up. Effective against hard exteriors and can hit for high damage at the right moment of an enemy swing. But the hit radius is small and it is easily blocked by shield. So we got this from the one Mimic in Sen's Fortress after we used our Lloyd's Talisman on it and put it to sleep. Because that's apparently a thing even in this game. And this is the sniper crossbow, a large crossbow with long distance used by Kareem snipers, often used with sniper bolts. But while crossbows are normally easy to use, the sniper bow requires dexterity. So when we look at the stats, it looks like you need 20 strength, which is kind of a bit more than I would have expected. And 16 dex. Whereas the others just use half of that, pretty much. Hey Tim, welcome back to the stream. You said, oh, we made it to Anor Londo? Neat. Probably looking at the wrong thing and damage doesn't soft cap until 40. Yeah, that's why I was confused before, because I did try to level up before fighting the Iron Golem, but we didn't see the stats like going up on the page, and I was confused because like I must have been like looking at endurance and wasn't paying too much attention. That's the only way that would make sense to me, because I thought 40 was the soft cap. John Doe says, why doesn't Anastasia have a ghastly form if the brass firekeeper does? See, that's one of the other things that I've wondered, and you bring up a very good question that I don't have a particularly good answer for. Things. So with this Vihander, we can stun these smaller ones, provided we don't hit their shields. Didn't have enough stamina to roll in. And now I'm just doing terribly. Oh. Should have remembered. I never remember. Alright. Sleep says, you would have liked the Iron Keep, it was legit in the sky above Earth and Peak. And then Effervescent says, you notice in the Japanese, when she talks about the Firekeepers and their bonfires are special, she uses the word otagai, mutual or reciprocal, which implies that the Firekeepers work together. Well, I think that's kind of why she says like they're all linked. And so if they're all linked, I mean, I would need to look at the Japanese dialogue just because, I mean, I assume it's the same, but if for whatever reason it is different, it would still make sense. Wait, this has a chain, so this shouldn't be a mimic. Okay. I thought I was about to get eaten there. And then we get a Demon Titanite. And then we'll show off the statue. So yeah, sorry, I'm a little bit all over the place here. So this is most likely a statue of Ornstein, whom we don't know of quite yet. It's a little bit weird that we've got a statue of just the knights here, but Ornstein's pretty cool. And as we see him in the fight, he'll be kind of wielding the same type of spear. And depending on how you read like Dark Souls 3, you can just interpret that spear as being part of his devotion to the Nameless King, whose statue is like destroyed or not placed in Anor Londo as we continue to go through things. So Patrick said, you were wondering that yourself. Anastasia doesn't look ghastly, she looks pretty normal. Yeah, and it is curious because like her tongue has allegedly been cut out by like her townsfolk, so maybe she doesn't say the gods' names in vain or by mistake, which is a bit weird, but overall her appearance really isn't that ghastly. One would almost expect like the Firekeepers to look like the hollows that we see in the Undead Burg if they were ghastly, but Anastasia looks fairly human, and we don't really ever get a look at the Dark Moon Knightess, unfortunately. Patrick said, did you know that the word Zweihander is German and literally means two-handed? Yes. So Zwei is German for two, and Hander is hander. Two-hander. Risan said, maybe the brass firekeeper is older than the one in the Firelink Shrine, so her physical form has gotten closer to revealing the swarms inside her. Maybe. And I guess you could also make the argument with the Fair Lady being a... what's it called? A firekeeper? Sweet, we did it. Oh, we got two weapons? Two items? Oh no, just the one. Hey, we got the helmet. Sweet. Okay, we're doing okay with our health for now. So yeah, with the Fair Maiden, the Fair Lady also being a Firekeeper, like her figure isn't, well, too crazy, despite, you know, having the Chaos Demon below her, like merged with her. It's not quite as grotesque as I feel like the brass Firekeeper's description implies it would be. So what's wrong with her, I really don't know, and I wish I knew more of as well. Do I still have my binoculars out? I probably do. Because why would I ever put them away? So yeah, Anor Londo looks really cool. It's kind of unfortunate we don't ever get to explore that stuff over there. The natural inclination is to like try to like come forward and keep going, but there's no path here, so you have to make do and just try to find another way around. So we'll end up like coming through this cathedral over on the left. That's overlooked by the Duke's archives now that I'm like looking at things. Checking out some of the designs. Okay, it doesn't seem too important. And so we can see that Anor Londo itself is like kind of already made out of the mountains here. Like these walls have been chiseled into it or out of it maybe. Maybe they just added a wall where the mountains weren't already. So in some ways, I think like even Anor Londo in the times of Dark Souls 1 is similar to a kind of ringed city, with the way that it's like cloistered away. Foxy said, in DS1, each Firekeeper has a different sacrifice. Anastasian Firelink sacrifices her voice. The brass is super twisted looking. Quelaag's sister is dying, etc. That's an interesting way to think of them. Steven, welcome back. You said, can you hold down on the D-pad to quick cycle to your first equip slot like in DS3? Good way to get back to your Estus. Can you hold it down? Actually, let's... I mean, that's not really the issue. The issue is I don't remember where I'm at. Well, I guess I see what you're saying, though. Because I could just hold down before I do it. It's really just my lack of memory. Yeah, let's check out our HUD. Put something here for a second. Maybe. Let's equip a few more. Yes. The only thing is I don't think I'd ever remember to just hold down on the D-pad, but I'll try to keep that in mind. And thank you for that tip. You get some tail. That tail cut, though. It's probably well known, but you thought you'd just point that out. Well, I didn't know it, so... appreciate it. So we can drop down here, and I think in the back there's like a little treasure chest. That is not a mimic. We get some more Demon Titanite. So it is a little bit interesting that we get so much Demon Titanite coming into Anor Londo. I don't think it's like super significant, to be honest, but for what it's worth, it might be related to the nameless blacksmith deity who may have at one point resided here. We really don't like nothing about it. Oh yeah, we need to actually come down this way. So yeah, there's the other set of staircases will take us back over here, which we can use to come to this like little, I don't know what to call it, like rafter? It's definitely not a rafter because it's outside, but support pillar structure. And this is like the intended way forward, but it kind of doesn't feel like that, so it always, I always like it when games have stuff like this going on. Makes you feel kind of clever as a player for figuring it out. And Caners does like that as well. So coming into this next building is going to be a little bit annoying, depending on how you try to go through it. Locking on can be really bad. As we come in here, we kind of get ambushed by these painting guardians, and they'll like throw kukris at us. So these are like humans, or not trying to have them like break dance on me right now, but oh. So they got those like kind of cool twin dagger looking like things going on. So yeah, they've got like kind of hollowed hands. It almost looks like he's got different types of gloves on. Yeah, those are probably gloves, never mind. Their feet almost kind of look reminiscent of the Silver Knight armor. I just wanted to look at its design on its skirt type thing. Huh. I don't know if that's used on anything else. Wait a second. Oh, yeah, never mind. These just look way more detailed in the remastered version. So it looks like we've got a hearth, bread, wheat, and maybe a baker? Or just like a lady kneading bread or something like that. Hey, Bombastic Tambourine, welcome back. That's a flying buttress? Okay, thank you. Yeah, that totally makes sense. It's a buttress, so it like reinforces the sides of the walls and stuff. Thank you. And Brisson says you believe the flying buttress is the name? Sweet. So that's 2 people who believe that? Good enough for me. Their sword is a really good dexterity weapon, super high dex scaling, and the curved sword moveset. They cause bleeding, if you remember correctly. The goddess of bounty. Yeah, so this stuff might be related to Gwynevere. Since she is related to bounty and all that. I don't remember if I need to come up here first or if there's anything else over there. Okay, no, that path is blocked off. And so is the other one. So yeah, this is where we come. So as we look ahead, we can see that there's like the item on the chandelier. I think my very first time playing through the game, I tried to jump on the chandelier, and that was a horrible, horrible mistake because I didn't know like the secret mechanics of like breaking things very well. And so as we come ahead, we see 3 more painting guardians chilling about, waiting to stop invaders in the rafters. I know when I was doing security details, they would have me just chill on the roofs at times. Actually, now that I think about it, that's actually not even kind of a joke. I did do that sometimes. But being in the rafters is a little bit strange. I'll chalk it down to more like level design than proper planning on the part of these folks. So yeah, dealing with the painting guardians can be pretty dangerous because if they move a little bit too erratically and you're locked on, you'll end up following them. So if you have a weapon that does like wide swings, it's also dangerous. So in this spot in particular, having like the Zweihander R2 is kind of okay because you'll go forward. But even just that is still really dangerous. As you can see, like I've kind of almost already fallen off. So this area can be kind of dangerous coming in for a new player. Tim says it sounds right. She'll bet she is. Probably just game balance, to be honest, yeah. Bombastic Tambourine says, do you think item stats have any point towards the lore or just game balancing? Yes. So I do think that mostly it's game balancing, but some of it might be related to the lore. Like, I don't really think there's a ton of significance to it, but I feel like it does help set up characters like Havel and Iron Tarkus as being extremely strong for having like a strength build and using super heavy armor and weapons that scale with strength versus like these painting guardians, which are extremely fast and they use more dexterity type things. But that's just a pretty generic RPG trope, kind of a descended from the days of Dungeons and Dragons, I think. Risan says, you think in one of the Dark Souls development books, Miyazaki talks about how he walked under a flying buttress when the team was touring Europe and thought it would be fun to climb one in the game. Sweet. Tim says it's also really easy to make them fall off, though. I'm Nuss, Jack. Welcome in. You said, watch out for the KKK. They on the roof. Thank you. Definitely watching out for our hooded enemies. Risan says, to Tambourine, there's a bit of both. Cause, for instance, the Pyromancer gear has high poison resistance as they came from the Great Swamp. Yeah, so in certain descriptions, they do tie in like a lot of the resistances and stuff like that to the lore. So I think mostly it does work kind of well. Sometimes it doesn't always work, but generally there is a bit of lore significance to it. Otherwise, I don't think we'd have certain chimes and whatnot, scaling off of faith versus intelligence. So it is non-trivial, I suppose, when you really try to delve into it. Dark Moonitis actually looks normal and doesn't seem to have a default face. Yeah, I would just chalk up to them being, I don't want to say like lazy, but they're like, nobody's going to see this character in the game. Should have showed that off better. So yeah, when we hit the chain, it'll break, and then that's how we get the chandelier down, and so we can go loot that item later. Patrick says, the club falling from the big Blighttown guys causes poison buildup, and in its description you believe it's mentioned that the thing became this way because of the environments, so you would say some of the lore is connected. Soliloquy says, if you headshot the painting guardians on the rafters with an arrow, they'll fall down. Oh, okay. And Foxy Boxer, thank you for saying I'm off the chain. I appreciate the pun, even though I'm sure not everybody else will. Let's test it out. Because if so, that's cool. It'd kind of be something that they kept in with Dark Souls 3. Right, so the arrows don't fall as much as I thought, and my camera's a little bit too sensitive. Damn. Uh-oh. Are these poison knives? I don't remember. I have a feeling I'm going to lose this fight. Never mind. Yeah, I was really scared if they were gonna like hit me once or two more times that I'd die. So as we look forward here, we do get the statue of Gwynevere and two silver knights flanking her. So with Gwendolyn's illusion of Gwynevere, there have been questions of if that's actually what she's supposed to look like. It's hard to say for sure, but at least with the statue, there is a bit more to suggest that's actually how she's supposed to look. Wasn't trying to slow down so much, but okay, here we go. And so when we do look at the frescoes again, the relief painting, the relief statues on the walls, that might also be a way we can tie them more specifically to Gwendolyn, damn it, to Gwynevere as like a fertility goddess, a goddess of bounty and all that other stuff. So I want to show that off now. Ow. The true weakness of the Zweihander is close quarters. I guess I should have just rolled and stabbed. Patrick says, really? That'd make it much easier. It really is easier. You need to remember that next time. No, they're just regular knives. Okay. Gwynevere, oh, whoa. Birdie, welcome in. Wait, I thought you said something here. Maybe not. Amazing chest ahead. No, they put an effort to make her look different when they often change faces to default or not to give when... Or no, sorry, let me reread that. No, they put an effort to make her look different when they often change faces to default or not given when designing NPCs like Chester's, Kieran, Xanthus King Jeremiah, or Yuria of Londor. As far as... Who were we just talking about? Oh, yeah, the Dark Moon Knightess. So, yeah... you're not wrong, especially because like when we look at Vicar Amelia in Bloodborne, they just used a Chime Maiden's face to show her off. So you'd almost think like dropping down here would be safe. Nope, it's just a trick. That'll kill you. Maybe it doesn't kill you, but it just makes you extremely vulnerable to the painting guardians. So one of the other ways to get down there, I don't think actually this goes down here, but there is like a little bit of a secret area in this building here. You jump down to the statues of the Silver Knights and Gwynevere, I guess you could probably snipe all these people, but... as we look... Damn it. Sweet. Okay. As we look ahead, we can see the painted world, the painting for the painted world of Ariamis, which kind of connects into the DLC of Dark Souls 3, Ashes of Ariandel. Damn it. Let me change the camera again. Did that actually do it? Really was not trying to do it like that? Okay. That's the corpse of the dude. Oh, I guess you can't even see the enemies. So those are just the corpses of the ones that I've already killed. Okay, never mind. That's the painting there, and we'll enter that with our peculiar doll to access a hidden area in the game as well. As I was saying, you can use this to come over here, get to a kind of secret area. You can make it out earlier. And I don't remember even what's over here, other than pain. The rolling strat paid off. We get a chest. It has a chain. A divine blessing. Oh yeah, you did change that back. So the divine blessing next to the statue of Gwynevere and like all the bounteous stuff. So the real reason for having that like little passage over there is just to have a way to get back. That looks tall enough to kill you? Yeah, I think it does kill you. I just don't fully remember. My vague memory is that it does. So we can pull this lever and that'll change the elevation of this thing. Maybe it doesn't work yet? Yeah, okay. So we need to move it first. And then we'll take care of all that stuff. Foxy said, you always found the size of the characters in Dark Souls to be a bit arbitrary. Gwynevere is the daughter of Gwyn, but 3 times the size. Ornstein grows 3 times his size when absorbing Smough. Looks tall enough to kill you. There's something to be said about their size perhaps being correlated with their power / their soul's power. Gwynevere could be an outlier for being an illusion. And, yes and no, because, I mean, then you'd almost say that the giants are stronger than the gods. I mean, typically, if something's oversized, it's probably a symbol of its, oversized for what that thing is, it's probably a symbol of it having, like, a decent amount of power. But, yeah, a lot of people like to use size to justify things, but I think generally speaking, they just use size to make the bosses more legible to play against with their movesets and telegraphing everything. So, typically, like, the enemies that are, like, the same size as the player are a lot harder to deal with. So, one of the things that comes to mind would be, like, the Bloody Crow of Canehurst versus, like, Maria. So, even though, like, Maria is a boss and she has, like, way more stats, like, the Bloody Crow is still extremely difficult to fight. Not every, like, humanoid NPC is like that, of course, but despite Maria being a quote-unquote hunter, or, like, Gehrman, like, they're still oversized in comparison to the player. What's another humanoid? Like, Artorias, I think, is another one. So, I guess you could argue that Artorias isn't human, but, what else is there that's really, like, our size? That's a boss. Not too much, really. Radiant Dawn, welcome in. You said the divine blessings are Gwynevere's bathwater. So maybe Gwynevere is enlarged in the illusion. So she could be. And her statue could also be enlarged. Those are pretty good points. Bombastic says, isn't Gwyn the same size in the opening as he is in the boss fight? Yeah, I think so. Tim says, you don't think the enemies here even load in until you get to the bottom somewhere? That would make sense. We're probably like not in the same section of the map to make them spawn in. Just a way for them to make games work on the PS3 when this was first released. Can we do this now? Probably. So pushing the lever obviously makes this elevator type thing move. I forgot that the gargoyle will try to like gank us immediately. Give me your tail. Didn't get the weapon. What a jerk. What a double jerk. Ooh, got lucky with the eye frame. That one. Wait, it has lightning breath? I did not realize that. That's awesome. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Of course. Do that again. I need to see that. That's so cool. So the one in the Undead Parish had fire breath, whereas these ones have lightning breath. So that does set up some explanation that like things in Anor Londo, if they're left here long enough, they start to take on the properties of it, and that might be why the Batwing demons also have like lightning stuff on there. Sweet, we got the halberd and the shield. Holy crap. We're doing pretty well. I might read all of the gargoyle stuff that we picked up, because when we did fight the gargoyles down in the Undead Parish, I read some of the stuff then, but that was a while ago. And obviously we didn't get the halberd before, so let's just check that out. Oh wait, no, we got that from his tail. Wait, and then the other ones are the axes? So do they have like different tails then? Tail axe. Okay, yeah, so it is different. Huh. Alright, let me swig some water. I'll read what you guys have to say, and then we'll go on with the lore. He says, the resound, you assume that too? You agree it may just be the display power or even just a gameplay / design choice? I think it's a little bit of both, but overall I think it's mostly gameplay, why so many enemies are bigger. Bombastic Tambourine says, so maybe the Gwynevere is enlarged in the illusion? Okay, I think I read that one. Patrick says, there are some of the items visible, but only those behind the pillars in the ambush position, so to speak. Fox says, easier to fight a boss slightly larger than you so you can see its moves properly, etc. Yeah. You always like the fun mind canon that everything in Dark Souls is normal sized. We're just small because we're descended from the pygmy. Yeah, I like that idea as well. I mean, obviously can't like super proof that or anything, but there's a decent way to kind of fool ourselves into believing it, I suppose. That's a good way to justify making everything big. In third-person games, you have to make everything the player fight big for readability. Exactly. Katie said, you posted the quote that intrigued you on the Discord. You can check it if you like. Sweet. I'll have to do that off stream, but thank you for posting that. Philippe says, it's also because humanoid characters have dodge rolls. One example is that bokoblins in Zelda's Breath of the Wild, well, Zelda Breath of the Wild are framed as being small goblin-like monsters that rely on numbers to overpower humans. In truth, they're huge. But because of how far away the camera is from Link, they look small to the player. Okay. Tim says, yeah, these ones breathe lightning. It's not a super common attack out of them. You say it does attack like 3 times in a row. It's all good. I mean, I was fishing for the lightning, so at least we have some pretty good footage of that. Effervescent says, you can get 2 gargoyle tail axes per game. The helm, halberd, and shield are RNG drops, however, when you kill this. The final gargoyle, he'll always drop whatever you haven't picked up. Okay. Katie says, size is the gameplay mechanic. Bigger enemies are easy to read because player characters don't block the visibility, and things that are big are naturally more intimidating. Also, bigger enemies have more reach. There's a reason why many yoke bosses use the big weapons. And ironically, it's like getting close to the biggest things that could just step on you and kill you are the most susceptible to that kind of strategy. It's kind of funny. So here's the Gargoyle's halberd. Halberd of the Gargoyle guarding the Bell of Awakening in the Undead Church. Questionable. Perfectly standard bronze halberd without any special power. And we've already read the axe. I'm not going to worry about that one. So let's check out what was it, the shield that we picked up, and the helmet again. Bronze shield of the Gargoyle guarding the Bell of Awakening in the Undead Church. The Gargoyle skin is tough by itself, and perhaps its shield may have been a prop, for it is a rare example of a metal shield that does not reduce physical damage 100%. And so even in the times of Dark Souls 3, we do see a decent amount of gargoyles, but they've also got like really hard skin, but they don't really have armor. So I do like how there is some kind of consistency with like the quote-unquote armor of the gargoyles in Dark Souls being kind of more ceremonial than functional, despite them being kind of like living creatures, I guess. And they're probably like more related to golems than real kind of like living creatures, I suppose I should say. Helm of the Gargoyle, an enchanted creature that guarded the Bell of Awakening in the Belfry of the Undead Church. This bronze helm was for mere appearance's sake, as gargoyle skin is naturally hard. Little in the way of defense can be expected from it. That being said, it's still pretty decent compared to like the Elite Knight helmet, so whatever. How many of these do we have? We have 8. Okay, we should be alright then. How many souls do we have? Probably enough to level up. So since we just kind of cleared out that first area, I'll go ahead and level up and rest. And I might as well go through the Painted World first. I guess I could see Gwendolyn first. I don't want to fight him yet, so yeah, I'll just leave him for later. If anything, I'd do that like way towards like the end of the playthrough, because things just get really annoying once you do that. What else are we doing? Oh yeah, just going back to the bonfire. Typical LP luck that he got all the RNG drops from the gargoyles. It's the stream luck, it's not really my luck, because this doesn't happen for my regular playthroughs. Okay, so see Tim, we're trying to level up strength right now, but it's not showing anything. Maybe it's because I'm two-handing. That doesn't make sense. Hey, you figured something out. Okay. So I need to stop two-handing to see how much I'll actually get my weapon damage up. I suppose that makes sense because it's weapon 1-2, not just like... Yeah, I don't know. Still kind of strange. Tim says, yeah, so if you're not familiar, any enemy with a limited number of them will always drop any items they drop that you don't have when you kill the last one. Okay. Did not know that at all. Sleep says, problems can come if the boss is so big that you can't see its whole body while attacking it. Yeah, and sometimes that happens, like Medir, Cleric Beast, any camera boss, really. Oh, I just realized I'll probably need to fight Ornstein and Smough twice to show off their different stages. I mean, I would have done it anyway, it's just kind of me realizing that now. It's going to be annoying. So, like, the Mimic Hat has a chance to drop from any of them, but you're most likely to get it from whatever the last one you find is. Okay, that makes sense. That's why the bosses like the Demon Centipede suck. If you attack it melee, its arms are out of the frame. Yeah. People are asking if that's true for Dark Souls 3. That reminds you of the Dark Beast in Bloodborne. It is true that you've checked it yourself with the boars and the mimics. You always get the random drop if you kill one. Okay, that would actually make sense, because I think I typically get like the boar's helmet from the one in the Duke's archives. You always get the random drop if you kill one, but that doesn't apply to the non-responding Black Knights, by the way. Yeah. Tim says, yeah, it does make sense. When you two-hand, you get an effective 50% strength bonus, so it's actually calculating you get going 51 plus strength. Oh, okay. At which point you're not getting damage increases every level. Okay, that would also kind of make sense. Can't wait for the archers. You think that's why they make Midir mostly take damage from the head, forcing you to fight him from a location where you can see him better? Also just to make the fight way harder. I suppose I could go through the front section now and go out by the giant blacksmith. That might be worthwhile before going down and doing everything else. Yeah, screw it. You guys want to see me get punished? Let's get punished. And then we'll go down to Ariamis and all of that stuff. So this lever here will return this into a place where you can go down. And this is where we end up in Dark Souls 3. Wait, wasn't the lever on this side in 3? Maybe it was that side. That's going to bother me now. So yeah, this is the Anor Londo from Dark Souls 3, essentially. We get brought back up here. This is where we go to fight Aldrich. And they had Silver Knights like coming up and down these stairs where we farmed all of those damned ears for the Covenant. But yeah, we've already healed up and everything. Down. So we should be on our Estus. Wars are not guaranteed the head? Okay. No, I didn't think they were guaranteed, but I feel like I always got it there if it's the last one that you kill that'll drop the item. Oh yeah, and we've got these giants over here. Oh, this is gonna be annoying. Because this stuff you can pretty much just skip. I guess I could have just gone through with the giant. Well, there was the buffered roll. Wait, how did I kill it with one hit? Maybe because I caught it in the dodge? That was weird. Oh yeah, you can't go through here yet because this is closed on this side. Remember that. Watch it like drop the halberd and I can't get it. Okay. Does not open from this side. Oh, and this should be clearer too. I could probably actually see what's on this door. Okay. Locked by some contraption. So that's kind of the same as Dark Souls 3, if I remember correctly. Like, you had to go in from the side and then open the lever from the inside where you get attacked by the Aldrich beast. Okay, here we go. It's kind of hard to make that out. So it looks like a dude with wings talking to a lady. Which is kind of interesting. Because it kind of resembles like the Angels motif of Dark Souls 3, but this shouldn't... That doesn't really add up there. I tried to look at this in Prepare to Die edition and it just looks like garbage. Really hard to see because it's like dark and low resolution. Was this just mirrored? Yeah, okay. We got Silver Knights flanking the door. I can't tell if there's a difference up top. It's unfortunate, like, You can't really light it up and still use our binoculars. Although, actually, now that I think about it, let's put on the lantern. Yeah, I can't really see the top. It's probably just the same stuff. Oh, that's enough to make me too fat? Okay. Tim says, the Fangboar helm is actually a fairly high drop rate. It's pretty common to see people running around early with it, though. Or so, who don't really know better because it's not actually a great helmet. It'd be kind of fun for, like, a cosplay run if you're just, like, trying to be, like, a Demon Souls character. Not Demon Souls. Demon Slayer character. Just use 2 katana. Eric says, it's the same as in Dark Souls 3, just not really as big or fun to explore. Yeah. Katie says, by Aldrich Beast, you mean the Deep Accursed. I forget, like, the spider-looking, like, thing. Aldrich is... Did I say Aldrich Beast? Yeah, no, it's Aldrich Beast, isn't it? Or maybe it is just called Deep Accursed. For a second, I was confusing it with the Sullivan Beast. Thank you for the correction. Sleep says, it's just meant to be a mini area in 3, though you're not a fan of how much stuff there is in the Aldrich run-up. Alex, welcome back to the stream. Katie said, speaking of angels, there's something resembling them in the Archdragon Peak. You'll definitely show it on the Discord. Sweet, thank you. Professor Gomez says, greetings and hope you have a great stream. Your favorite level in Dark Souls is Anor Londo. It is the most beautiful city you've seen in games. Loved it your first playthrough. Sweet. So yeah. With that being done, we'll go ahead and go fight some of the painful Black Knights and Gargoyles and have a life filled with regrets. So I think in Dark Souls 3, you couldn't come up through this side either? Yeah, you had to go in through the giant side, so there's nothing over here. So it's the same for both games. But then, like, it just kind of ends there. Like, you don't really get this section that's we're going to come up to in a second here. You gain some stamina, and then just do that all over again. Bad RNG. Oh yeah, I love it when they jump off like that. But these things will do lightning damage, so it's kind of hard to mitigate it. Because I don't think there's anything in the game which will allow you to completely come out of it. Oh, it wasn't locked on, and it just jumped off. So I might die a few times here, to be honest. I don't exactly remember the foolproof strat for getting through it. I know you can... Oh wait, there might be treasure down there. Maybe I should go back. Well, whatever. I think you just walk. Is the strat. And then we wait for it one more, and then we run. Oh, yeah. I'm not supposed to do that. I need to roll. Okay, yeah. It's starting to come back. Because if you block, it, like, pushes you off. Even if you're, like, facing it. So... I'm sure many of you guys are already familiar with this game, but if you're not for some reason... this is like one of the walls of coming into Anor Londo. It's just literally just getting past those 2 archers. And it's even caused quite a few people to quit the game as a result, because it can be extremely frustrating if you don't know how to like go through it. And not that I'm like an expert on anything, but I've done it enough where I'm not gonna like rage quit from dying. But it definitely it was a challenge for me my first time playing the game. Because I was really bad. I just used my halberd and poked everything to death from a range. Merc says, the Fangboar helm and its armor kind of looks like the Bjor's armor from Demon Souls. AT Shu, welcome in. You said, the art on the door reminds you of the statue of the women holding a child in the Undead Burg. And I don't remember that statue. I'll probably need to go check. Unless you mean like the one Like in Firelink Shrine, the one that's just kind of everywhere. I can kind of see what you mean by that. Sleep says, in DS3, it's kind of just tacked on another level, so it makes sense that it's kept short. There is not treasure down there. Also, the strat is to not get got. Yeah, that's definitely the strat. Need to follow my own strat sometimes. Kind of like the Profane Capital being the end of the Irithyll dungeon, or how the Black Gulch is the end of the gutters. If you block, it'll push you backwards in the opposite direction you're facing. So if you're facing into the wall and block the arrows, it'll push you off the ledge. Okay. Though it's a bit more annoying when those small stretches are more interesting than the whole level preceding them. Yeah. Keep hitting the shield. Go. Oh, I wasn't two-handing? Weird. Okay. I think it's fine for Anor Londo in 3 because we've already explored the area before. Even so, like, it would have been nice to have been able to explore it a bit more with the changes that they put into it. This time, almost fell for it again. You said there's no treasure down there? Felt like there would have been like a corpse for souls. It's a little bit uncharacteristic for them to not do it then. Okay. Ooh, run. Oh, I thought I had enough to tank that one hit. That's what I get for trying to look to see if there's treasure. I could have just YOLO sprinted past it and been fine. KT says, behind the bonfire right after the dragon bridge, the sunlight altars to the right of it. Oh yeah, so that one. Okay. So I was thinking of the right one. And yeah, that's probably a good comparison to make, just because it would make sense since there is some semblance of that kind of religious iconography throughout the world, that it could be a statue of that same woman in Anor Londo as the statues in Firelink Shrine and the Undead Burg. Sleep says, yeah, you guess with the new layout and enemies they could have done more. You know, you think they could have just not made the Undead Settlement and the Road of Sacrifices so dang big? Like, some of those levels go for way too long. Yeah, I kind of know what you mean by that. I feel like, though, despite coming through the Undead Settlement, to me that's still kind of like an intro to what you can expect from the game. So to me it does make a little bit of sense that it does take so long. Maybe the area of the Road of Sacrifice is right before the Cathedral of the Deep could have been shortened? I don't know. Oh, I thought I was going to get hit on the backswing. So the running one won't kill it, but just the normal R2 will. Okay, keep that in mind. Good. Oh, stab you. Let's just kill the one gargoyle, or maybe both. We can one-shot them, it really won't be too bad. At least these projectiles don't curve like some of the others. Damn it. If we killed the Black Knight on the right, the other one isn't too bad to deal with. And if you get close, they stop shooting altogether. I feel a little bit embarrassed dying to this spot already so many times. Like, the funny thing is, the last time I played it, I completely went through that area unscathed my first time around, and then I just died a lot on my New Game Plus cycles coming into it. Katie says, you don't know if it's a controversial take, but you wouldn't mind Undead Settlements or Cathedral if they got a good boss at the end. They're well designed, but they don't have any payoff. Yeah. The Cathedral of the Deep was super cool, but just fighting the deacons, especially with like how kind of a janky of a fight it was, it did feel a little bit dissatisfying. And I feel like the Abyss Watchers kind of has the opposite issue, where like the area leading up to it isn't really all that cool, but then the boss fight really makes up for it in a lot of ways. I'm a little bit slow with my circle, apparently. Sucks to suck. Oh, he's following me that far? Holy crap, I didn't know he could do that. I didn't even know he could go through that door. Screw him. Joey Albright, welcome in. You said, how did you know, Nightbot? Because we're all bananas on this blessed day. Speaking of blessed days, happy Cinco de Mayo, everyone. Oh, that's not how you do it. That's not how you do it. No, 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 I'm gonna die. It didn't roll me in the proper direction. Also, I didn't think I could get hit that far back by the archer. Okay, I'll just YOLO run. For real. Barbarian ZG, also welcome in. Supposed to be a punishment. And Katie says Road of Sacrifices is unforgivable. I think the coolest thing about the Road of Sacrifices is the dancer, not the dancer, the Boreal Valley Knight. The Outrider Knight, that's what it's actually called. Before like going through the area, which is kind of a sad thing to say. Also that and like the Dark Wraiths, although they're just kind of there. I think they could have done like a little bit of a better job setting them up. They feel really out of place until you do all this stuff with like the Abyss Watchers. Maybe it would have been cooler if like the Abyss Watchers were killing one at the beginning of their fight, but I don't know. Sleep says, you think the Farron Keep was needs to lay down in the poison swamps for a while? 80 says, not being all that cool is the nicest thing that someone has ever said about Farron Keep. I mean, I feel like I'm a bit of an anomaly as far as the players go, because I really don't mind a lot of the swamps in the games. Obviously, I haven't really played through 2 in Demon Souls to really make me regret that statement there, but I do hear that the Demon Souls swamp is terrible. Farron Keep just like the 4th, maybe 5th level with that exact concept, and it doesn't do it particularly well. Yeah. Also, like, needing to go through it is kind of a buzzkill with Oh, it caught that roll. Bruh. Oh, rolled too soon. You like the part of the road with the hollows that carried the giant sticks and the crabs? Yeah. I mean, I don't know. That's part of the area that I would almost start to dislike about it. Like, the giant crabs are kind of cool, but it just gets old, I suppose. Like, it's a little bit too big. Damn it. Not get shot from behind now. It's probably going to happen. Why am I like going up so slowly? Alright. Sweet. Okay. So we got one down. Let's not screw up on the other. With all the treasure. Sweet. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh god, that scared the crap out of me. The good old Zweihander R2. I don't even think this is like super important. Yeah. It's just to like punish players who need to have everything. So like, even though like Anor Londo is really annoying, it's kind of unique and it has this kind of charm because of that. Like, these 2 archers are a real pain in the ass, but like once you get past them, if they've been like bothering you, it feels like a true accomplishment. Oh yeah, and we get to see our buddy. Who doesn't feel the same way about us? Okay, we get Solaire and the bonfire. Oh, let's talk to him now before lighting it, so that way we can actually hear what he has to say. Yes, I think that'll be good. I don't remember if he stands up. If he does, it'll be a little bit annoying. He says, there's no dark race in the Road of Sacrifices, you're thinking about the Keep. Yeah, for me, like, the Keep of... The Farron Keep and the Road of Sacrifices just kind of bleed together. Road of Sacrifices doesn't have, like, a lot keeping it together. Other than, like, the crabs and, like, the little cannibal dudes. But it doesn't really feel like a very big area to me, just because you can run through it really quickly if you know what you're doing. Thing is, they aren't bad, but they are overused. And in 3, you don't really get much options in alternative routes. Yeah. You were speaking of the swamp between Farron Keep and the Sacrifice Road, where the crabs and those hollows fight with the huge logs. At least at that portion, it does have those 2 hollow guys, which are kind of annoying to deal with. But, yeah. That's kind of the section that I don't like of the Road of Sacrifices as much. I do, but I don't. Like, it just feels off to me. I have no other way of trying to talk about that. Well, I don't think. Edie says, there are no dark wraiths in the Road of Sacrifices. You're thinking about the keep, but there are the Corvians. Oh yeah, it does. Yeah, it does lead into the Corvians. Yeah, I see what you mean if you're including that area. For me, I tend to think of like the Road of Sacrifices as the build-up between the tower with the giant and leading into Henri. But if you're including that portion as well as like all the way up to the Cathedral of the Deep, yeah, I could see why you'd say it's so long and annoying. At least the portion with the Corvians has like a little bit of exploration to it, which is more rewarding than like the spot with the crab, I think. Brady says, you really wish we could explore the other many buildings in the distance and below you. I agree. These three is just unnecessarily linear. Okay, let's talk to Solaire.
Oh, there you are. You've been quiet these days? Smooth summoning out there? Anytime you see my brilliantly shining signature, do not hesitate to call upon me. You've left me with quite an impression. I would relish a chance to assist you.
Interesting. Does he say something different if we do summon him? I thought we... No, maybe I didn't summon him for the gargoyles because of... Oh yeah, and I also didn't summon him for the gaping dragon in this. Oh well, whatever.
You really are fond of chatting with me, aren't you? If I didn't know better, I'd think you had feelings for me. Oh no, dear me, pretend you didn't hear that. You really are...
So this is why Solaire is everybody's husbando. He's very dede. What was I looking at? Oh yeah, how many souls I had. Alright, not very many because we've died so many times. We're no longer human. I suppose I could kindle that one up, but I don't really think it's worth it. Oh yeah, I can actually go through these rooms. I don't think there's anything here, just the silver knight. Oh, there's the chest. Camp shield. Three sunlight medals. Rudy says, what is the dark exactly? Also, how did someone manage to get a mimic behind an illusory wall? So, I believe you asked that yesterday and I said I was busy, so I couldn't answer it. So, right now is probably a better time, so thank you for bringing that up again. So the dark is kind of hard to say what it is precisely. It might just be like a kind of essence of life that isn't intrinsic within the gods. It's something more within humans. Based on like a bunch of the descriptions about it, we can probably say it's more related to aspects of willpower and desire. So... it's kind of like the antithesis to light, I guess. So light just might be a kind of normal life, because that might be more related to the undead curse, and the dark is more like what makes humans human, essentially. Oh, so this one isn't like completely coiled. Interesting. Okay. So we should get like what, Havel set, and then this will have the occult club. Let's try to see if this one breathes too. Yep, you can totally see, as we said in Dark Souls 3, that bitch is breathing. As we pick up our item here, we get the occult club. And that'll be relevant as we look into the next items here. The Dragon Tooth. Havel's Great Shield. The helm and the armor. His gauntlets and leggings. So that's actually going to be quite a few descriptions to go through right now. So let's start with the good old Occult Club and the Dragon Tooth. So this is a simple wooden club. This simple bladeless strike weapon is effective against most foes, is easily handled, and can break the guard of a shield. However, a single miss makes one wide open, so timing and proximities are crucial. So this is essentially a normal club, but it has been kind of infused with the occult power, which is essentially like dark power for Dark Souls 1, but for whatever reason, that wasn't really much of a mechanic in the original game, and so occult is just called like Jakyo, which means like evil school or evil way, and for reference, like it's probably antithetical to the Way of White, or just like the White Way, or the White School would be another way of White Church. So gods are weak to occult weapons, dark weapons, and all this stuff, and there's quite a lot of theories about why this weapon would be where it is with the Mimic and its proximity next to Havelset. I personally don't think there is going to be a ton of significance with its proximity to Havelset, because we never really see Havel using the Occult Club. He only ever uses the Dragon Tooth. It doesn't mean to say that he wasn't affiliated with the occult, but I feel like those connections are a bit too tenuous for me to truly believe in. So this is created from an everlasting Dragon Tooth, legendary great hammer of Havel the Rock. The Dragon Tooth will never break, as it is harder than stone, and it grants its wielder resistance to magic and flame. So I don't think it has any passive resistance. I think it's just more like, as you look at its defense stats over there. I guess it really doesn't have a lot of magic resistance either, but its durability is off the charts. You pretty much never need to repair it. Oh, I probably need to repair my equipment now that I think about it. So those are the weapons, and the next we have the armor set here. So let's go with the armor first. This should be lower, right? Yeah, okay. And let me read what you guys have to say, because this is where things go crazy. Reeson says, the thing to remember is that the game dev is always limited by scope. People pretty much always want more content than a studio can afford to develop, and expanding one's level's content comes at the expense of making more content for other different levels that might offer more variety. Exactly. And so that's why, as I've said before on many of the streams here, I'm not too upset about the wait for Elden Ring, just because if we do want to see stages like Anor Londo be more fleshed out, we need to allow FromSoft to have more time and money to put in for development. So hopefully they'll make something that we'll all enjoy in the future here. Katie says, that's still called the Road to Sacrifices. The sign says Road to Sacrifices after the Cold Night. Don't remember how to spell the title. The Outrider Night. Sleep says, you feel like cutting down on all those overbloated early levels could have helped flesh out the later stages. Maybe. But sometimes, like, they might have just added some of the later stages before they really knew what they were going to do with them. But in the earlier stages are kind of easy to set up, or they're kind of used to, like, set the pace of the game. I don't know. There's ebbs and flows to everything. Sleep said, you didn't enjoy how long a lot of the early game areas were. You often became bored and frustrated that you were not reaching a new boss or a new location. It's also a problem that you have to do these levels in a specific order, the first branching path only coming in halfway through the Road of Sacrifice. Havel Spooky Cellar. Sleep says, those aren't issues that are EAS. Why to catch early? I'm not sure what you're saying there. Stella B, welcome back. Nice to have you again. You said the evil has way more of a different context than occult. Philippe says, those levels were probably long done when they started running out of time. Yeah. Ziona says, oddly enough, still scales with faith. You just can't see Havel going against the gods. Yeah, especially since he's described as the battle compatriot, or the battle friend of Gwyn. I'll show that off in a moment here. Sleep said, that's kind of why you're talking about levels that could have been cut down. To you, it's about choosing, not just asking. Jesus Christus says, are mimics placed in the world by someone? Or are they able to choose where they lay down? Since we can like hit them with the Lloyd talisman and put them back to sleep, it seems like they could lay down where they want, but I really don't know if they were placed deliberately, and that's kind of a crazy thing to think about. Maybe the gods did it? That would be one way of being able to read it. But for what it's worth, I don't have the symbol of avarice to show it off, but the mimics were described as gods who got cursed by the sign that they're branded with. So that's why they kind of became that grotesque figure. Maybe the occult club isn't Havel's? Yeah, that's kind of how I feel. It's also worth noting, like, we did fight a Havel warrior who wasn't wielding the occult club earlier. It doesn't necessarily mean that there's only one Havel, so it could be a Havel warrior affiliated with the occult, but all of the Havel lore is kind of really hard to unpackage, so let's do our best here. This is armor worn by Havel the Rock's warriors. Carved from solid rock, its tremendous weight is matched only by the defense it provides. Havel's warriors were never flinched nor retreated from battle. Those unfortunate enough to face them were inevitably beaten to a pulp. So I think the helmet's going to say the same stuff. Yeah, so let's check out the ring. This ring was named after Havel the Rock, Lord Gwyn's old battlefield compatriot. Havel's men wore the ring to express faith in their leader and to carry a heavier load. So with at least Havel the Rock being the battlefield compatriot of Gwyn, it does make me more skeptical about claims that he was part of the occult and trying to work against killing the gods. At the very least, I could see him working with other forces to try to topple Seath, because he hates Seath, but I haven't really seen that argued too strongly. And quite frankly, I don't really think we have enough to make definitive claims about that. At the very least, I think it's fine to present that stuff as more like entertainment than hard lore facts, I suppose. But I digress. Since I do know that this is like a topic that a lot of people feel attached to, I feel like it's definitely worth talking about somewhat at length. Foxy said, gonna have to check the spreadsheet to see if the Havel's basement key also says for his own good, of course, at the end. You think that's why people assume Havel and the gods fell out? I think it's probably just because, yeah, I don't know. Now I'm curious. I'm gonna look that up as well. Okay, I found it. It just says at the very end that it's been closed ever since. It doesn't really say it was done for his own good, of course. Yeah, okay. So that's one of those kind of interesting interesting... What's the word? Holy crap. Just ran into a super brain fart. discrepancies. There we go. It's one of those really interesting discrepancies, which kind of bothers me at times as far as like localizing games goes. Just because, for his own good, of course, like, I can see the sense in writing that, but it really does stray a lot from the original and can be read a different way than may have been intended. And I don't know, like, I'm conflicted just because, like, for his own good, of course, it's very obviously that it's more like the developers trying to add a little bit of character or flair to the, not the developers, but the localizers adding a little bit of character or flair to the dialogue or the description here, which can be useful at times. So, like, it's not something that should always be avoided. I'm not trying to come across that way, but I feel like in this case, it's only really becoming an issue just because of the way that others have interpreted it. But by that same token, I don't really blame others for interpreting things, I don't want to say poorly, but just like not how it was originally intended, because it's not really true to the original. So I suppose that's a little bit unfortunate that it's really spawned a lot of conjecture and sent people down like these kind of crazy rabbit holes that didn't really need to be there. I mean, you could still do it. It's just it leads into that kind of interpretation a lot more strongly in the English than it does in the Japanese, I think. All right, so let me scroll back up. Sleep says, the theory you heard was that the occult cult was crafted for something. Oh, you're probably saying the occult club was crafted for something like an assassination, not to be a main weapon. Tim says, if you're going just off of 1, there's obviously not a lot of stuff about Havel. You don't know enough about 3 to say if there's anything else in that one. There's a little bit, but I think it should be pretty clear that it's not necessarily one individual. But I digress. Philippe said that it's not like Havel would have enchanted his actual weapon with occult magic. And he's also using the dragon thing, so maybe you can make the argument that it's occult-like, but it doesn't really have those modifiers. So I just think it's a really big stretch overall. That doesn't mean people can't stretch and like do mental yoga, but I think it's important to be clear when things are directly supported by the text and when things are more like conjecture and like headcanon. Because there's really nothing wrong with headcanon if it doesn't like contradict anything in the game. But I think the real danger comes in presenting headcanon as a bit more factual at times. So that's why I try to be very careful with how I phrase things. Barbarian ZG says the stone dragon is missing his tooth. Is it really? I'll need to double check. Okay. Foxy says, it sounds a little sarcastic in English, but it might not in Japanese. No, the Japanese just makes it sound like, oh, there's been this warrior who's locked away, and he's stayed there ever since. So it's a little, like, mysterious, I guess. Like, oh, why not check it out? Or like, oh, you probably shouldn't check it out. Like, it just depends how the individual wants to look at it, I suppose. Tim says, or well, him being locked away could have caused him to go hollow. Yeah. Brisant says it explicitly states that, lol. Yeah, so it's just a flavor in the translation. Sleep says, the of course is what makes it weird. It's like trying to convince the reader. You're right. So this was entirely added. Yeah, and so with that being said, I will say that the final line in Japanese it does say, I don't remember how I read it to you guys right there, but it says like, it said that he's been sealed away ever since. And again, gender isn't, even like subjects aren't always stated, so it's more like implied that a specific individual, the one that they were already talking about, is been sealed away. And that's more or less hearsay within the item description. But that's just me being as clear as I possibly can. I don't really think that's super relevant, to be honest. As Iona says, since the Havel Knight drops the ring, you highly doubt it's the Havel. Does the Japanese translation talk about the ring being for Havel's followers? I would need to double check that as well. All right, it says, those, sorry, I need to think of how to phrase it. His knights who believed in him enjoyed the equipping the ring, and it. So, damn it, let me rephrase it. It is said that those who believe in him enjoyed wearing the ring, and it has the effect of lightening equipment load. So yeah, at least with the ring, it's pretty close. So Havel's men wore the ring to express faith. So yeah, generally very close. It just doesn't say that they were knights, but that I don't really think that's a big deal at all. Otako Fedito, welcome in. He said, "Damn, just got here. Did you lose too much? Maybe." Mango May, welcome back in. Very Gwyn-centric view. Oh man, I'm behind again. Alright, Foxy said, "Yeah, it's a bit weird. The dragon tooth is just Havel's, but the ring says only his followers use it. Very weird." And then Philippe says, "There's also suggested a +1 dark club is a very suspicious weapon to find in a hidden room. It seems to be there to imply lore, then provide a weapon." You might be right, but I guess you can also fight Gwendolyn pretty soon here. So I don't know if Ornstein and Smough are weak to dark as well. So that might also be worth considering, that it might be a little bit more gameplay related. I feel like if it was truly significant, they would use a more unique weapon than just a random club that was blessed with the occult. But I suppose one can make the argument that, like, because it's just a normal weapon that's been blessed with the cult, they went through the effort of blessing it, I guess. But that is also a bit questionable, because I think maybe, I don't want to say for sure. So if I'm wrong and somebody knows off the top of their head, feel free to correct me here. When we go into places like Ulasil or places that have been left in the dark for a very long time, they tend to become dark on their own. And I feel like that might be related to how we can see the gargoyles end up having lightning breath up here. So it would be a little bit strange that there is like the dark weapon up here, because it wouldn't fit in, I agree. And so it might need to be blessed. But it could have also been left in that kind of location like Ulasil that caused it to take on that kind of way. So that it might have been something that the gods kept stored away because they knew of it, and we're just using it as a relic or like a reminder of it. But either way, it doesn't exactly say that the club itself is part of a plot against the gods. The only things we really see are like the effigy shield, and that's over by Nito. And I suppose we do get like the dark ember within the painted world, but that it's kind of hard to say like how much of the occult was tied to the painted world and the plot against the gods as well. But we'll talk about that when we go through there, which will be later on this stream. Ziona says, "Yeah, you think someone tried to impersonate Havel to assassinate the gods? The assassin is too weak to use anything other than a club." That's a funny thought. Rizan interprets the "of course" as a sort of condescending view on hollows as being dangerous to themselves and others, needing supervision/imprisonment, which might be correct, but it's a very Gwyn-centric view. Okay. Leap says, "It could be an impersonator, but you do think the game implies someone was planning to do something with that club." Then Justin says, "We see multiple times Havel Knights use the dragon tooths. Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3 have Havel Knights wielding the teeth. Though just finding Havel armor isn't enough to say it's Havel, yeah." Barbarian ZG says, "For you, that line makes perfect sense, of course, for his own good." Yeah, I mean, I don't think it does too bad for like trying to characterize Havel, but I feel like because it strays from the original and it causes people to take it a lot more strongly than it originally was, it's probably a bit of a mistake to have left it in that way that they left it. Yeah, you missed the archer deaths for sure. Managed it without too much trouble. I mean, I died a few more times than I was expecting, but I mean, yeah. When you know the meta, it isn't too terrible. Just getting shot in the back was really unfortunate. Sleep says, "Again, I don't think you turn your actual weapon in the weapon of a murder, you just use something less obvious. Do you guys enchant your actual weapon to do the catacombs? No, I never. I mean, you guys see how I play, so don't use me as an example." Foxy says, in Dark Souls 1, it's assumed that the weapon of Havel the Rock, so you assumed it was just him, sort of like a trophy, but you're probably right. It's definitely in 2 and 3. Ziona says, the Havel in the Watchtower uses the tooth, and we find the tooth in the chest. The Watchtower Havel isn't a phantom, thus real. The cult works on Ornstein and Smough. Okay, sweet. So yeah, it might just be a hint that, like, dark weapons are going to be useful in the near future here. Good point, maybe it should be more unique. Otaku says, occult weapons in Dark Souls are capable of killing gods. That's why the occult emperor is in the Painted World. Yeah. Fiona says, extra damage against Silver Knights, Black Knights, Sentinels, Dark Sun Gwendolyn, Dragon Slayer Ornstein, but not Smough, and Gwyn, Lord of Cinder. Okay. So, definitely, like, a lot of those style enemies are, like, in this area, so having an occult weapon would be useful. So, that might be why it's included here. I don't think we really get much in the lore of why, but at the very least we can explain that there is a gameplay relevance. Stella B says, Wiki says the Ornstein is weak to fire, and Smough lightning in the first form, nothing about the occult, but it could just not be there. Well, it makes sense if Ornstein is weak to the dark, since he uses the lightning stuff, and Smough would be fine because he eats humans and is probably human. Leap says, the holy weapon for the catacomb is the same logic you'd apply and why someone wouldn't enchant a random club. Tim says, just run past the skeletons and kill the necros to do the catacombs. There's no real point in screwing around making a weapon divine and you can just run through in your opinion. Yeah, you're not wrong, but it's kind of the dividing point of where game mechanics and lore intersect, where you get the Crestfallen Warrior telling us that blessed weapons do well against skeletons and they won't revive, but it is a little bit more trouble than it's worth sometimes, especially with like how the weapons scale. So that's kind of one of the weaknesses of the game, in my opinion. Like, they really make it too much of a pain in the ass to make exploring different build options or like trying to use different builds to progress through different areas more viable, in my opinion. And then Fleep says, gameplay-wise, it does make sense to hide an occult weapon in the level that's filled with enemies weak to it, yeah. And I don't think this is like super important for the lore or whatnot, but at least in Bloodborne, right before you fight the suspicious beggar, which turns into an abhorrent beast, there are, I think, like 19 poison daggers that you can get in the what's it called, the Forbidden Woods, right before you face it. So you can very easily like walk into the hallway leading up to this beggar and then just poison him with the knives, and that seems very, very developer intention right there. So that's kind of how I feel the occult club might work here. It's not open from this side. Oh yeah, we need to go up the stairs because we need to. Okay, yeah, makes sense. We've said you did hear that the occult club can help against Ornstein and Smough. Smough is also weak to bleed, interestingly enough. That makes sense too, if he's like human. Cool. Yeah, so also, for those of you who may not know, I would also be very careful with using Vextra as a source because sometimes people will add in false information. I don't think it's done like with bad intent, but it's probably like one of the worst offenders. I thought there was another Silver Knight up here, just chilling. Is that my own footsteps? It's gotta be above me. Okay, that makes sense. It's the Titanite Demon area. Okay, this will be the door down there. And this is like probably my favorite room in Anor Londo, and I'll talk about that more later. Bonk. And in this little church area, we've got another big old Titanite demon for whatever reason. Full of a hero. And then I think there's a couple mimics here, so I probably want to heal up to full. We're dealing with them. That was a good idea, because I would have died by my binocular snafu. Oh yeah, I was complaining about Fextra. Yeah, so just be careful with Fextra overall. Astanex, welcome to the stream. I recognize you a long time ago in the Bloodborne Discord. You said you love the Painted World, great place to level, awesome art and lore, and interesting level design. Philippe says, it's the challenge of making a game with different builds, but still trying to craft challenges. Yeah, and often build diversity wins over crafted challenges. Yeah. So, it is really tough to balance. I think just if they lowered the cost for some of the things from the shops, it would have balanced it out a bit better. But maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong, because I think because of the high costs, it kind of pigeonholes people into playing with the weapon that they're most familiar with, because it doesn't really give them the chance to explore so much. Tim says, you mean that's your attitude now, with like 700 hours into the game or something? But way back when, you definitely did the divine weapon for the catacombs, exactly. And Ziana says, you think the reason Smough is so big is due to his conception of humans? Humanity does bloat creatures to monstrous sizes. Yeah, I think that's kind of the general community consensus as well. Sleep would prefer if there was some incentive to adapt your strategy for certain areas and bosses, but that's not easy to balance out with just people letting them use the builds that they want. Tim says, there's an echo in here where you hear your own footsteps. Is that really us? I would have thought there was like a silver knight up top. Because that was, it sounded so delayed, it was really trippy. Sleep says, you hear the argument that builds are there to diversify the experience, and you think that works, but it also requires some freedom in which levels you can access. Where basically the levels are in a non-linear order, but your build determines which is easier or harder. Yeah. PS1 and Demon Souls have the aspects of that. Stella says, you never use wikis for games usually, so you don't know much about them. That's fine. I was just trying to spread the word that pretty much what I use Fextra for is images or maps especially, or very occasionally like raw statistical data for like weapons and items or where certain items are located. But beyond that, I do not trust it for lore just because people tend to put bad information up there. Then Philippe says, oh, I read that one. Wikidot's the best wiki. Philippe says, when you have to do the levels in a certain order, different builds just make some parts of the game too hard or too easy. You only know what the good Elder Scrolls wiki is. Tim says, there are silver knights up top, but they don't move until they actually go up on the roof. Okay. Justin just found a vagrant and it got you thinking you're not able to see it since you're on offline. Yeah, that's the one like real big regret of doing this playthrough mostly offline. But at the same token, we don't get like a bunch of random ghosts and like blood puddles everywhere, so there's pros and cons. Yep, that did not lock on at all. Oh yeah, I should get grabbed sometime. I can pancake mimics? I didn't even know that, I don't think. Hey, we get the gold coin. I think that one's like hard-coded. I do love that this mimic has a gold coin. And so, let's show this off. Did I go past it? Okay, no, it's all the way down at the bottom. Oh yeah, there's actually some decent lore here. Let me get a swig of water. So I'm already running low today, holy crap. Alright, I'll read both of them, since they're kind of relevant. Coin made of copper, its face shows Old Man McLoif, god of medicine and drink. Even coins of great value in the world of men have little value in Lordran, where the accepted currency is souls. Those who dream of returning to the outside world are fond of carrying these around. So the descriptions are mostly the same, but this is a coin made of gold with Allfather Lloyd and his white halo shown on its face. So the term used for Allfather Lloyd is, I think it's Shushin, which is like chief god, principal god. So calling him Allfather Lloyd, I think does a really good job of kind of like localizing that idea, if you kind of understand what it's getting at. But Since it's not explicit, it isn't always clear. There's another item which describes him specifically as the uncle of Gwyn, but I don't remember what that one is. I'll need to look this up right now. Okay, it's the white seance ring. Did we pick that up? We just picked up the Dark Moon one, didn't we? Yeah, okay. So we don't have the white seance ring. I don't remember where that is off the top of my head either. Tim or somebody will probably be like, oh, it's here, idiot. But, it is interesting that even though Gwyn is considered like kind of the Zeus-like figure within this game, he's like the chief god of Anor Londo and lightning and fire and all that. It is explicitly stated in an item without like language of hearsay that he does have an older uncle. So Gwyn, despite like coming from the dark or whatever, he must have had a father and a mother, and they must have had siblings for him to have an older uncle. So take that for what you will. And also, Lloyd is like the chief god of the Way of White. And by the time of Dark Souls 3, they kind of really forget about Lloyd and just kind of focus on Gwyn. And it's kind of interesting that the Way of White seems to focus on both Lloyd and Gwyn, even though Lloyd is described as the All-Father or like chief god in these item descriptions here. Ziona says, have you ever died to the grab before? And in this game, I don't think so. But definitely did that in 3, because I totally got duped by the mimic in the area with the wyvern. Because I was not expecting that so early, and I kind of forgot, because it was a while since I played Dark Souls 1. Tim says, you think you buy the white seance from Rhea? Well, we definitely screwed that up, since she got dyed by Petrus. Sleep says, weird that there were gods before Gwyn. Yeah, I don't really know if... Yeah, I don't know. Jade Gomad, welcome back to the stream. You said, hey, LPR, how are you? I'm doing pretty well, thank you. I hope you're doing well as well. And Philippe said, could also just be cultures deforming history. Yeah. Barbarian says, last line of the coin is so meme. They keep that kind of a message in a lot of the games. Even like Bloodborne has a somewhat similar line. You let Petrus kill her, you monster? Yeah, I screwed up because I killed Quelaag and I saved it after to show off the Daughters of Chaos Covenant, and I forgot that by doing so, I was going to kill Petrus before that, but I screwed up. There's really nothing else to say. I done goofed. So we don't want to go through here yet. Okay. Yeah, that echo is so trippy. So that thing was using the Dragon Slayer bow, great bow, and then we do pick up a lone Dragon Slayer arrow. I don't know if that's RNG or if he's meant to drop it. So these ones are a little bit more relevant. So I'll read it now. Giant dragon hunting arrows resembling iron spears. Used by Hawkeye Go and his Dragon Slayers, they puncture human flesh easily. Dragon Slayer arrows can only be used with the Dragon Slayer great bow and vice versa. So those are also what the Black Knights were shooting at us with. And beating the crap out of us. We showed that stuff off. This stuff off. So you can cheese this area a little bit by just like running and jumping down to the other level. I don't really intend to do that right now. Maybe I will just show it off. I think you do it like that. I thought I just killed myself. No, this is just back down to the beginning. Okay. That was silly. Oh, I didn't take as much damage as I was afraid of. Oh yeah, and I didn't show off the other mimic. Oh yeah, so you can jump down here onto there. That's what I was thinking of. That's how you do it. There's our other mimic. Okay, over here. Silver coin. And that should say pretty much the same thing. Silver coin of Night King Rendell. Interesting, so it seems like Berenike is featured on this one. Because he's the king... Or no, was that Balder that he's the king of? I don't remember. Now you won't get her stuff with her in the Duke's archives. Yeah, I'm really annoyed about that, but I didn't want to undo all the progress we made. Also, welcome back in, Tiny Boots. Ziona says, the head bishop of the Way of White is the guardian of law in the cast and one of the great royals of Thurland. White's answering is in the archives? Okay, that's just RNG. Okay, you knew it wasn't something with Rhea, but you couldn't remember if you bought it from her or found it off her corpse in the archives. You get the maiden set from her corpse, which is really, really good for having like magic and fire resistance. So, like my last playthrough, I just used the black iron head, chest, and arms, and then I just used the maiden skirt to kind of one, be lightweight, and also to cover up like its lack of magic resistances. And I was just like a walking tank essentially. Oh yeah, let's try this for once. Oh, that's why we don't. Risky of me. Silver Knight, and then as we come up top, we'll find a few more. And there's nothing down here. You jumped in the wrong spot to do the skip, yeah. You don't need to take it off a corpse. Barbarian's gonna fix your posture. See you guys, and don't go hollow. Thank you for dropping in, Barbarian, and I hope you have a nice day. Jade says, you just got here? How many attempts for the rafters and the 2 Dragonslayer Knights? I think it was 4 or 5. Something around there. Like, I screwed up a few times. Then I got shot in the back. And that hurt. Okay. I think we can leave that one there for now. Yeah, okay. Go down this way. See our old friend. I died a few times more than I was expecting, but I guess I was kind of expecting, like, it could happen. A few of them were a little bit silly. On my part. Nymphales, welcome back in. It's been a while. You said you finally caught a stream after what felt like 20 years. Holy crap, how's everything going? It's not going too bad. I screwed up a few events, so we screwed ourselves out of getting Rhea's special scenes in the Duke's archives and all that. But overall, it's going pretty well. Katie said, you mean Zeus was the son of Cronus and even Cronus had a father himself, Uranus? Yes. But for like Dark Souls specifically, since it says like they came from the dark, and the way that Gwyn's overall portrayed, it'd be pretty easy to assume like he could be like the father of culture and civilization, as well as other things, since he has like the Lord soul, but he's not. So that's kind of why I like to point that out, because it might just subvert some expectations about him. Alright, so Night King Rendell is for the Balder. Okay, sweet. Ziona says, if you slap the goddess and turn Anor Londo into dark, you can see both the 2 NPC hostiles wearing both Berenike and Balder gear. Oh, okay. I didn't realize that before. That's cool. The maiden set is a solid anti-magic set, although you prefer the wedding dress or the painting guardian set. I think for the stats, it was better. Just for what I was lacking. This set has a super high curse resist, a bit ironic. It kind of makes sense, but yeah, I see the irony. Dark Souls has a specific origin point. Greek mythology has a long, complicated history. Yeah, that's kind of how I look at it. Can you actually see his face a little bit? Let's A lot of binoculars for a second. It's really unfortunate that you can't move around while using the binoculars. Oh my god. You can see his nose and the corner of his mouth. Get a good picture with like sun behind him. Alright, that should be good, I think.
Whatever can be done. Ah, you again. Let me guess. Were you repelled by the Silver Knights? Oh, don't be ashamed. 'Tis the fate of vanguards like you and I. I'll think of something. We can overcome this together. This is quite a fix. We'll need another 3, no, maybe 5 bodies. Quite a fix indeed. This is quite a fix. We'll need another 3, no, maybe 5 bodies. That's the game, is it? Well, I'm certainly not backing down. By the honor of my knighthood.
I was totally reading the subtitles and was not paying attention to the fact that he has his Zweihander and was swinging it at me. Oh, that's kind of funny. Get stabbed to death by his shield. So it looks like he also has the red tearstone ring on, which is kind of funny since that was what I was using a lot. I'll just kill him for some of the footage, as per usual. Ziona says, you think the 2 NPCs are the kings of their respective kingdoms? Pure conjecture, but it has nice ties to end the plots. Yeah, I kind of like that, even though we can't really say it definitively. Blue says, it's hard to find where all Father Lloyd would fit in when Gwyn's holding the original soul that gave the gods powers, unless Gwyn inherited it. But then that assumption would be that there was a very long time between the people finding the flame and defeating the dragons, yet the backstory builds it as if it was very soon after. Away with you, you'll spoil my work. Red or blue, same effect for either. Let's try that over again.
Whatever can be done. Ah, you again. Let me guess. Were you repelled by the Silver Knights? Oh, that's the game, is it? Well, I'm certainly not backing down. By the honor of my knighthood. Heaven, my dear little Lynn.
Damn, I never knew he said that. That's kind of cool. His Lynn is most likely the reference to Sieglinde, his daughter. From him we get some humanity, the speckled stone plate ring. He didn't drop anything before, I think the first time we killed him in Sen's Fortress. Slight boost for magic, fire, and lightning defense. Okay, that's cool. And obviously when he's talking about the Silver Knights, he's talking about these dudes over here who turn and make a lot of noise. And we get ganked from behind. But I'll just go ahead and reload. He has the same effect as Vamos. Coincidence? It's just like the helmet. Vamos is way, way worse with the voice. I think I already downloaded, but I'm just kind of space casing. Sleep says, you're thinking that all Father Lloyd is made up by the Way of White, which don't know about the original souls? Yeah, it seems like the Way of White don't really get the full image of things, especially with like their undead pilgrimage to get the Rite of Kindling, their worship of Allfather Lloyd as opposed to Gwyn originally, and then like the religion essentially fully devolving by the time of Dark Souls 2 and 3, which is kind of understandable, but overall. Celebi says big sword fight. Okay then. Ziona says, considering Isolus had children, you think it was possible to procreate in the Age of Ancients? Allfather Lloyd could just be Gwyn's uncle. The way that I view it is that the first flame probably existed for some time before Gwyn and everybody found it. And that could explain for why... Let me just say it this way. So let's say you have the Age of Ancients and there aren't like any hollows or anything. There might be, but we don't really know. Let's just say for the sake of argument that there aren't. So let's say the first flame comes into existence, then it could have taken a decent amount of time for life to procreate throughout the world, and from that life, then we started to get things like hollows and whatnot, and then Gwyn and the other lords found the souls. Within that period of time between the flame's first emergence and life proliferating, it could give rise to creatures born of disparity like Seath, and that might be why it doesn't have scales. It could give us an explanation of how the black robe set down, the gold trimmed black set in right next to the ceaseless discharge, it says like it existed before the Age of Fire. The way that I view the Age of Fire would be that doesn't really officially begin until Gwyn and the others attack and kill the dragons. So there is a kind of civilization before all of that really happens. So that's how I kind of piece it all together. And so that could also explain why like there might have been an uncle to Gwyn and all the other gods. Maybe Gwyn does have an uncle which is associated with light, but he's still subservient to Gwyn. Like some say, everyone in Dark Souls is an unreliable narrator. Sleep says, the original backstory seems to imply that the people were always there, but they were hiding from the dominant dragons, and from the dark they came. Or like you said, maybe disparity created them. So yeah, I think there's multiple ways that can be read, but that's just one way that kind of makes sense to me.
This is quite a fix. We'll need another 3, no, maybe 5 bodies. Quite a fix indeed.
Nope, I did not get turned and lock it. Oh, sweet, 1 backstab. Step to me. Step to me. Oh. He stepped to me. That sucked. So with those Silver Knights down, we can talk to our buddy Sigurd again. Sigmire, damn it.
Oh ho! What's on your mind, friend? Wait. You defeated those monsters? Fantastic. I'm saved. This Knight of Katarina hereby commends you. Take this as a token of my gratitude.
Tiny Bing's ring?
But be warned, gallantry entails great risks. Next time, give me a chance to come up with a plan.
I totally forgot about this ring. I don't remember. Oh, okay. The Japanese, at least the title is more like Little Life Ring. It doesn't necessarily mean like being. So, I should probably read it for you guys, I guess. That would make sense before I get lost in trains of thought. Small increase of HP. Ring made of an ancient tiny red jewel. Grant small increased HP. Rings grant powers large and small. Their discovery and effective use can make one's journey easier. Okay, so. It's weird that they said Tiny Bing's ring, but. Oh well. I was wondering if it's related to pygmies, but it doesn't look like it.
But be warned, gallantry entails great risks. Next time, give me a chance to come up with a plan.
I wonder if killing him will change anything, but I don't really feel like doing it. And there's a lot to show off in this room, and I'll take a second to do that. Tiny bean ring. Katie says, you have a theory in making about Decline of the Way White in Dark Souls 3? Might put it on the Discord soon? Damn, you're promising to put a lot on the Discord now? Yeah, that's how it feels when you're really trying to do deep dives into the lore. But I appreciate it. Everything. Even just you guys coming in and chatting, or even just lurking. Makes it a lot more fun to do. And Philippe says, the first flame story kind of has a lot more holes than you originally realize. Like, people find flames and suddenly Nito comes out as a giant skeleton. The witch has their whole coven, and Gwyn has thousands of knights. Yeah. And Stella said, maybe Izalith used magic to create her children? Maybe. And then Ziona says, the entire story is flimsy. Dragons are apparently immortal, but Gwyn killed them. Even he was an unreliable narrator. Technically, the dragons are still alive if you look at the descriptions of like the shields in Dark Souls 3 in the Ringed City. HP regen ring. They killed them by ripping off their scales. Tim says, alright y'all, you're out. Have a good rest of the stream, LP. Thank you, Tim, and take care. Professor Gomez says, are you planning on fighting Ornstein and Smough on today's stream or maybe tomorrow? Probably tomorrow. I intend to go through the Painted World first. Just because it's there and we can like over-level and just power through everything super easily then. You love that fight? You did it the first try in your first playthrough, the best boss fight of all time for you. Did Seath find and create the crystal? So I think it says that he found it, which kind of always bothered me. It would have been way cooler if he created it, in my opinion. And that's why he went mad, but I'll probably need to examine that a bit more closely. I'm pretty sure it says that he found it, or like he stole it from the dragons. Although, maybe it's only the Dark Moon Knightess that says that? So, she could be wrong, I suppose. I'll need to look into it closer. Justin says the dragons just had it. Philippe says, you don't really understand why they didn't already give it to Seath. He's literally the only one that needs it. Also, we have this weird crystal that makes us double immortal for some reason. We don't even need it. So how's it feel, Seath? Seath stole the crystal. Philippe said, though LP made the point that Seath's obsession with his immortality is preventing him from ascending, so maybe they kept it away for his own good. I don't think they were like that in tune to what everything that like built up to it. But okay, guys, it's been about 3 hours. I need to refill up my water, and I think the dog needs to go take care of some business. So I'll take a quick be right back, and I'll look at all of the paintings in this room before we leave it. So we'll see you in a minute or 3. And then this is the kind of noob trap setup killer. If we try to come this way, the boulder comes crashing through, and then you just fight a bunch of Cabra demons, a bunch of Taurus demons, and so having another recycled... Why is that back now? Well, you got by the oldest one in the book. Venom says, when you started this playthrough, you mentioned how obvious the ball rolling trap was, and I thought he's going to fall for it on a second trip through the asylum. I figured he probably didn't have a lot of hits with this Byhander. Wait, what? That's actually really, really funny. Just straight up assassinated right there. Okay. Let's go get our damn souls back. So now we should have a little time to read chat. Nix what I said about the souls, guys. So if I remember correctly, you actually just need to walk off here. You don't run. Because that screwed me up for a while. Well, sometimes I just get stubborn. Which I really shouldn't do on stream. I tell myself not to do it on stream, and then I end up doing it anyway. Alright. Or then I say, let's play smarter, and then I continue to do the exact stupid thing that got me in the situation in the first place. There's our stairs over there. Damn it! I think I should survive the fall. Unless we get hit by, like, the skull again. I was wrong. Oh, that jerk. So much for preserving my humanity. Pinwheel's like the Volnir of Dark Souls 1. His appearance and lore seem super cool, but kind of a joke fight. So does he just like clone himself infinitely or something? No. Oh shit, he killed him. Okay. I didn't even see him hit him. The Tomb of the Giants is a pretty scary area, especially on a first playthrough. I'll just go ahead and say it so we get cursed. I do kind of remember the layout of the area, but a lot of the specifics are hard to remember. Okay, and we're back. So let's catch up. Loop says, yeah, good point. Maybe having to ascend came later on when their world started to erode. You feel it would have made more sense if the crystal was crafted from the dead dragon scales and was Seath's latest attempt at making himself immortal? Yeah, maybe not necessarily having to come from the scales themselves, or maybe it's something that he stole from within the people he abducted, but I would have liked it more if it was a product of his research, for sure. Elda says, it really seems to you this isn't the first cycle of fire. You think discovering fire is like discovering time? The proto-hollows were nothing until they stumbled upon the flame and found souls. Flame gave souls and life to the proto-hollows, and they could have had children and culture. Sleep says the Seath had tried to make a similar crystal for a long time. Could be either. Ziona says, do you think the crystal caves were natural or artificial? I kind of feel like it was artificial just because of all of the moonlight butterflies that we find there. But yeah, I never thought about if they were natural or not. That's a really good question. So they very well could be, because if Seath stole it, but actually no, I do think it's artificial, because like we do see that he can create like crystal hollows and all this other stuff. So I'm going to lean towards artificial. Minmaxed, welcome back. Hello, finally you're here. It's 4 a.m. Dang, man. These time zones are rough. You're like 12 hours behind me. That's crazy. Or ahead of me, really. Seath said, Philippe said, Seath found the crystal there, or it's a result of experiments. So he could have found the crystal elsewhere and then brought it over there to hide it away. Or maybe it probably was already there, because it's like, I don't know how like he fixed his soul into it. I'm kind of flip-flopping really rapidly here, but I'm going to go with, I think, artificial overall. Because it is questionable how he tied his life power to it then. So that's why I think it's probably artificial. Elda says, you think the oldest gods were beings who were proto-hollows who unhallowed with flame and found the souls? Ziona says, are the sentinels golems? They disappear after turning off the lights. So it seems like they're probably golems or maybe illusions. Because I don't think hitting Gwynevere gives souls, but it's really curious how Gwendolyn's magic works in that regard. Spectrum, welcome back. It's nice to have you again. And then Elda said, for all we know, the flame always existed, and the dragons were the first firekeepers, or the primordial crystal was the Age of Ancients versions of the first flame, being an exemplar of stasis. Possibly. Ziona says, why would he guard the crystal with clams? It's probably because he was doing a lot of research on humans, in trying to reproduce dragons and dragon scales. And so the clams might have they could have come up from those remains, or he could have been like looking into things like the purging stones, or even twinkling titanite, which they can produce. That's a good question. Because it is a bit weird, because it's not like there's a bunch of water for the clams to like just get washed up there, so they do almost seem like deliberately placed. He could have just been doing research and like was studying them, amongst other things. Gwyn, Lord of Cinder, welcome back. And Ziona says, if we consider that he gave a pearl crown to his daughter, they're very close to him. Okay. So there's a bunch of good reasons for why that happens. So as we look at these paintings here, sweet. I think this one, yeah, this is Sen's Fortress. It's askew. Those are like that's the entrance right there, and that's where the giant killed us a little bit ago. Up here, it looks almost like the Painted World. I don't remember if this is actually a specific location. Maybe not. What else would fit in with this? Yeah, I don't remember. I'm pretty sure it'd be the Painted World. Like, that would be where you drop off from Priscilla. That might be where you fight Priscilla. And that'd be the tower you come from to fight her? Huh. Or, yeah, because that doesn't really look like the kiln of the first flame. I mean, it kind of does. So we get this cool picture of a sentinel, like an iron golem type thing. And then just the figure of a man beneath it. I don't really know why, but it's a cool one. And we got like the flames going on in the background. It might just show like the gods and their creations are superior to humanity. I don't know. But it also looks like we've also, had a few portraits ripped from the walls here. I guess the bricks themselves have the patterns of the walls on it, but there's some holes in it. So I might be wrong in there, but that's just kind of what it looks like to me. Because at least this one's kind of covered up, but this picture over here is one of Anor Londo, the city in which we are in right now. This seems a little bit vain for it. And this should also be like an aerial view of Anor Londo. Stella says, the clams have skulls in them, right? Maybe that's related somehow. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel about it. And from the clams we can get like the purging stones and twinkling titanite. And if we do take like Dark Souls 3 claims of the crystal lizards eating souls and producing titanite to be true, then it would make sense that within those clams we have existence of quote-unquote crystals as well as men, which would go into his research in like kidnapping maidens and all that. Hotel wallpaper. Ziona says, Priscilla's room. It looks like the kiln, maybe the kiln. Concept art. Maybe clams produce crystal. They contain crystallized bones. Wallpaper, hotel wallpaper. Sleep says, gameplay-wise, it's to give some curse healing available near Seath's boss. Yeah. And as Ziona does point out, they are called man-eater clams. So they do eat men, and they are filled with all those skulls. As we open this chest, we get some more demon titanites. And so most people believe that this room probably belonged to the Nameless King, or Gwyn's firstborn. Maybe he had a portrait of himself up at some point, and it just got ripped down. But with that being said, it's a little bit funny how giant all of the bosses are. And then we have this room with a very tiny bed. It's human-sized. Doesn't quite fit up with everything else. So maybe it's a room for Gwendolyn, I don't know. Oh yeah, so that was the locked room that we came from earlier. So it was just really a big loop from us going that way. No hidden secrets in this fire case here, so we'll have to go up top again. Wait. I want to see if we still hear that echo. Yeah, it really is. That's so strange. Maybe they wanted to make it like work with the staircase intentionally like that. As though like the sound is really traveling like that, but it's just kind of disconcerting. I think there's only the one dude right here. Another Dragon Slayer arrow. And I don't believe there's anything out over here. Can we look out that way? I don't really think there's anything to show off. It's just a lot more of the overall architecture of things. I did mean to heal. I thought about it. I was like, wait a second. Okay, this is kind of a cool spot to look out. So yeah, Anor Londo, we do get like all these kind of smaller buildings and kind of a really view of like trees in the city. So it does feel like very lively overall. So it's a little bit of a shame that we never really get to go down and see what a true civilization in the Age of Fire looked like. Just remnants of its past, I suppose. Loop says, story-wise, maybe Seath needed to harvest them for his research. That's how I feel. What hotels are you staying at that still have wallpaper? None right now in these pandemic times. Ziona says, imagine Nameless King sleeping on that bed. Could be Kieran, the Lord's Blade. You think channelers are said to read the tomes to Seath? Philippe says, since Seath is blind and all the library in his archives are human-sized, do you think the channelers read to him? That would make sense. Maybe they're all Braille tomes, and he just feels them with his fingers or whatnot. So coming down this not the crystal staircase, the spiral staircase will bring us back over to this area. We've got the Titanite Demon in this room, and a couple Silver Knights in this room, and this will open up the shortcut back to the bonfire. What was I going to say about that? Oh yeah, and so we could have just like jumped past everything and not had to deal with Sigmire or any of the other stuff, but it's really not that bad of an area. You know what you're doing. We left it, and this is my favorite room. And I think it's got one or two, yeah, 2 Silver Knights in here. Oh, hit the shield. Oh, no, not like that. Okay. No. Rolled into it. the old binoculars are gonna get me got. Okay, we should be fine now. Almost looked like a complete scrub right then. Dying right before the shortcut. Let's just open this before dealing with the knight. Silver Knight set. So lots of cool stuff going on in here. So this is my favorite room, as I'd mentioned before. Helm of the Silver Knights who protect Anor Londo. When Lord Gwyn departed to link the fire, his knights split into 2 groups. The Silver Knights remained in the Forsaken capital in the service of their goddess. So now that I think about it, I guess there are... Let me double check the Japanese on this. There might be some descriptions which are intentionally misleading and they can't always be taken at face value, which would really, really suck. Check out. What? Does the armor say it? Oh my gosh. So, the Silver Knight says that they stayed in service of their illusory goddess. So it's supposed to be clear that Gwynevere is an illusion, in the Japanese at least. Alright, so at the very least, the fidelity of the descriptions is more pure in the Japanese, which is relieving, but also kind of unnerving that such a huge detail was left out. Because, like, how are people supposed to know to hit Gwynevere? I mean, this would have been the clue to do it. That's crazy. Actually, let me take a note of that, because if I make a video just about some translation differences, I don't want to forget about this, because it's huge, really. Okay. Sorry for just springing that on all of us so suddenly. Let me catch back up. Crusader, Lord of Cinder, welcome in. Sorry it's been a while since you've been in the stream. How cute, can't blame him. Fiona says, after a day of making impregnable jellyfish women, he likes to read a bedtime story. Seath sounds so cozy. Seath might see through the channel eyes, or he eats the memories with magic. Sleep says, you guess you feel similar with the Ring City. The part in the rooftops and the streets is great, but then when you get to the swamp, it's kind of a disappointment. In the context of the game, Anor Londo does work, being mostly the castle, though the game does lack a proper city level. Crusader says, if it's magic, you ain't gotta explain poop. Very, very true. Minmax says, at least half of Anor Londo isn't made up of a swamp. Yeah. We have Undead Burg and Sword of New Londo. Would anyone count New Londo as a city level? Kind of, but no, not really. It's a dead city. It's a ghost town. That's how I'd describe it. Ring City was just boring when you got to the swamp. You weren't a fan of all the stealth souls in Ring City. You wish you got to explore the city more, and that they cut down on the arch and swamp segments. Patrick says, Silver Knight armor, whoa. Eldestad told you the knights that stayed are alive. The knights that left burned into black knights, which are like the ghost armor. And, Sleep said, Dragheap has a similar issue. Too much of it is being taken by the Earthen Peak, which takes the form of another swamp, and avoiding the angels. Yeah. I do like the angels as an enemy. The swamp portion, just like, really another one? They really do love their swamps in these games. But at least that one doesn't slow you, I don't think. So, it could have been worse. Philippe said, you just wanted to traverse this cool environment of mashed up locations into a giant pile of junk. Elda said, so are you an anomaly because you really loved Farron Swamp? I like Farron Swamp more than the Road of Sacrifices. I don't mind it. It's not my favorite, but I just wish there was a little bit more to it, I suppose. Ziona says, Dragheap was just destroyed, Lothric. You'll take your Fire Link and you'll like it. Philippe says, you do wish there was more than just Lothric Castle and the Earthen Peak. Brian Young, welcome back. He said, hey there, LP. Much love, buddy. Have yourself a lovely Wednesday. Thank you very much, Brian. You too. And enjoy your Cinco de Mayo. Ziona says, Elden Ring will just be one big open swamp. Pretty much. Open world, open swamp. That's what we get. The Shrek cosplay is going to be on point. Philippe says, you think the Farron Swamp just kind of boring and redundant after so many games? D4C, welcome in. You said you unironically love Blighttown. I honestly like the first portion. I'm not so much of a fan of the swamp, but it's really not too bad, especially in the later games when you don't have to suffer through 5 to 15 FPS. That was really the biggest issue with Blighttown and why it was so hated. So yeah, the Silver Knight armor, I can't I mean, I can believe it because I just saw it, but it's a little crazy that that little detail was left out of the game. Oh yeah, and so back to the favorite room stuff. How much HP do I have? Okay, we're at full. So when we look at the wall here, we have a bunch of mounted dragon heads. I would assume that these are supposed to be like ancient dragons, but they don't really look like it. Some of them are way bigger than the others. And since Gwyn and his people were known to have fought all the dragons, I really like that they kind of included this in the castle as like a trophy room. But it does show just the kind of inherent disparity within the dragons at this point in the world. And then that one up top is way bigger. I'll probably try to go back all the way up to the top to show that off. And then fight the Titanite demon and then heal up before proceeding. What do we want to do? Oh yeah, we need to go this way. I screwed up. I could have just gone through the damn thing. Whatever. Oh, I didn't show off this room? Oh yeah, I just kind of walked through it. Yeah. On our way to Sigmire. So this is like the potentially Nameless King's room. And then I didn't show this one off. May as well do that since we're over here. No idea who this dude is supposed to be. But he's a dude. Damn it. Maybe he's Xanthus King Jeremiah because he's got fur on him and it's kind of yellow colored. That's a joke. Don't believe that. And this young child, some people believe it should be like Gwendolyn because it's feminine, and Gwynevere is kind of treated differently than Gwendolyn is, and Gwendolyn was a boy raised as a girl, so that's a possibility. That one might be a good representation of Gwendolyn. I don't know if anybody else has like any like concrete lore which we could really tie this to. I wouldn't be surprised if these paintings are really actually lifted from real life paintings, to be honest. This dude's studying. Got some pretty flowers. I really don't know the significance of a lot of these paintings here, to be honest. What is this supposed to be? Like, it looks like an island or something. Oh, is this supposed to be like Anor Londo and everything from like a super distance? Like at the top left up there, is that supposed to be the Duke's archives? Oh, and then up here at the top right, that'd be Anor Londo. And then out over here, water? I don't think so. That wouldn't work. But like that could be like the forest area of Ullasil. Down at the bottom-ish. That makes sense. And then over here we have a giant portrait of Gwynevere. As we'll see her sort of in the antechamber after Ornstein and Smough. And then we have another comically small bed, considering the sizes of some of the gods here. Alright. Upper Blight Town's good, bottom's boring. Lost Izalith is just a reskin swamp level. Yeah, that's a fair way of looking at it. I never thought of it like that. You like the concept of Blight Town? Philippe says, honestly, Fair and Keep is Poison Swamp level without the rafter section, which is the best part of the Poison Swamp level. Yeah. You think they hunted dragons throughout the ages? The trees, Jason? Is that Allfather Lloyd? You know, that's a pretty interesting idea. Can we compare it to any of the coins? Maybe not. Oh yeah, I can't make these any larger. It could be Mikaloif, could be Rendell, it could be Lloyd. Or somebody else entirely. It could be Artorias. That doesn't seem likely since he doesn't have any like rings or anything. Or maybe it's the Nameless King. So I guess if I were to just meme and make like ridiculous statements, maybe these aren't ridiculous, but just like completely unverifiable claims. Gwynevere, the Nameless King, Gwendolyn, and Yorshka, or Filianor could be another way of looking at things. Or, but for that instance, since Gwyn is described as the lastborn, we could say this is Filianor, even though like she has eyes, and then this would be Gwendolyn. Obviously, like, I don't really care for that. And whoever this dude is, no idea. Oh yeah, what was I doing? I wasn't coming through this way. We were gonna go look at the big dragon exoskeleton type thing. We're on the top story. Where am I right now? Just got totally turned around. Okay, we need to go up the staircase. Oh wait, no. This is the right spot. So we got that guy there? Okay, sweet. So we have the big dragon head over here. Okay, this is what I wanted to show off. Get a good pan. So this is definitely a much larger dragon. Oh, damn it. I never noticed this. Maybe the remaster shows it off a bit better. But it looks like you can see remnants of the stone around their scales. And that would have kept them immortal. Either that or they just kind of look like feathers. No, I think that's supposed to be stone. Maybe not. I don't know. Either way, I still like all the kind of detail that they put into that stuff. It's a really minor thing, but it really adds a lot of character, I think. Vagament, welcome back in. He said, "Hi there, how are we all? We're doing pretty well. I was thinking I was gonna get to the painted world a lot faster than I am. But it's all good. We're just looking at the lore. Did I just show off everything that I wanted to here? I think so. So I wanted to go down and heal. Oh no, we'll be fine. I was gonna level up. That's what I was gonna do. I'll just leave it. So we don't have to fight all the enemies again. Oh, totally was backwards. Never mind. Well, we're doing it live. I don't think Solaris does anything differently now. Well, let's try it. Can I really not talk to him? Do I need to rest? Okay, that was a little bit strange, but still. Maybe I was just at the wrong angle.
You really are fond of chatting with me.
Okay. Elda said, the Titanite demon is there. Oh yeah, I was supposed to fight that. The Titanite demon is there probably because they had a slab of Titanite nearby, and when the blacksmith died, it animated the slab into a demon. People think too much about the rooms and bed size. You think there's just a room of nobles of Silver Knight size. That's kind of how I feel as well. I don't necessarily think we should take those as the rooms of the children. And I would just say that the bed sizes are probably the reason why we shouldn't take that as rooms of the children. Thank you for bringing that up. In truth, you hear the paintings were often concept They repurposed like in Bloodborne. Makes sense. Patrick says, looks a bit like Majula. Yeah, you're not wrong there. So maybe it's a hint to Dark Souls 2. DS2 may be the only game without a poison swamp? Oh, really? Ziona says it's just Google Images. Shrine of Amana is a swamp. Okay. Oh yeah, it definitely is. That looks like a peninsula, not an island. Through it has something far worse. Random poison spitting statues. It's Miyazaki's Chill Island. Nightbot's calling me out. It sure feels poisonous. Foxy says it's clearly a hunter from Bloodborne as he has the threaded cane. Or they're unrelated to the family. It's awesome. Nice tongue. Last Pro reveals the real identities of the Anor Londo paintings. No clickbait. Looks like a really bad crop. Valley of the Drakes model, cut and reused. Hilda says, you think it was remnants of maybe a fin sail crest on the dragon's back? It'd be really depressing if the bedrooms of the gods of the universe were this Spartan. Kind of. So it feels more like barracks because of that, as opposed to like lodging. Well, I suppose barracks technically are lodging, but as far as them like being a Spartan in appearance and kind of crappy. It would make sense that they would have like barracks like right next to a throne and all that stuff. Let's go fight our Titanite demon. Oh, he's already angry. Oh damn it, we got the grab. Well, it's a good thing we leveled and turned in all our crap. But as for the idea of the Titanite demon coming from a slab, I think that's a cool one. Oh, we only need 2 R2s. Okay. Oh, I was trying to bait the big swing, or the big stab. Get the backstab. Oh, its tail hit us? I hate it when it jumps. Oh, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. I don't remember what rings I have on. Oh, I think I have like the swamp ring on. Staggered, it's gonna jump, I think. Yep. Scary move. Staggered. It died. Sweet. There's Demon Titanite, okay. And as we look here, we get like a kind of a chapel type thing. We've got like the Chloranthy ring symbol on here, so it probably is a bit of a holy symbol. It's also the imperial symbol of Japan, the Japanese emperor, I think. I don't remember if that's 100% true, or not like 100% true. Like I know there is like a real thing, but I don't remember if it's for the emperor specifically, is what I mean. And as to why there's like the red flag carpet coat of arms and the green one, I don't know. And we don't really see a lot of these patterns repeated elsewhere. So these would be cushions where people would sit on them. I was kind of hoping maybe like the design of those things would match with the pinwheel arena, but no such luck. And these are like pews. Okay. Do. Did I pick up an item recently that I was going to look at? I can't remember. Anyway. Elda said, you think it was just remnants of maybe a fin sail / crest on the dragon's back? It'd be really depressing. Okay, read that one. It really feels Allfather Lloyd would be bearded, all for the lore. Oof. Elda says, nobles like kings and Michael Jackson are supposed to have bedrooms the size of houses and not motel rooms. Crusader says, you once saw a YouTube comment saying that if Titanite is unbreakable, then wouldn't shards be rarer than slabs? That's a funny point. And then, I don't think it's unbreakable because, oh yeah, I should repair my weapons and stuff. That's 100% what I should do. I don't feel like it's unbreakable because our weapons have a durability issues, but I suppose that might be more of an issue of like steel and all that, but... Yeah, Titanite can be broken. It's essentially just made out of souls and minerals. So the souls probably don't like erode, but it's probably the minerals themselves which do. Would be the way that I would kind of like headcanon, spitball, and answer. Oh wait, we can level up already? Holy crap. Did not realize. God, the recovery frames on those heavies painful. Elda said the demon may have been from a decorative slab since the Titanite is not just utilitarian materials, but a precious metal. And you think the idea is each Titanite demon looks different and has different missing parts, but they didn't have the resources to custom build each demon. That would have been super cool. Do you have any like source for that idea, or is that just something you think of yourself? Chrysanthemum throne is the symbol of the Emperor's family and not just the Emperor only. Okay, thank you. And you think that is the idea that they were going with? Drawing a parallel with the flowers and the royal dynasty. Nothing's truly unbreakable. And the weapons are engraved with Titanite runes rather than being all Titanite. There we go. I don't need to fight this one, but I will. That one up again. Fine then. Screwed that up a little bit, but whatever. Max says, excuse you, diamond is unbreakable? Unfortunately, that's not true. Even diamonds can be like chipped away. Otherwise, you wouldn't have them fit into rings. Maybe I should open the main door. We can do that later. I don't remember if falling through now is a bad idea. It might be. I'll go through the giant's way first. That guy definitely won't go through there. Watch him like clip through the wall or some crap. I'm glad that one just walked out because I totally would have been distracted by the other one. Damn it. Damn it. I'm gonna die. Well, you win some, you lose some. Hey, we got another chunk. That's brilliant. I think that's what we needed too. Zelda breaks diamonds all the time. You're breaking them right now. Stella says you can crush a diamond, just takes hella pressure. Crusader says, you've seen people smash diamonds pretty easily with household hammers. Why? They're very brittle, you believe? Which would kind of make sense with the primordial crystal we break to kill Seath, I suppose. Zelda says, even hammers can shatter diamonds. You just hit them in the right spot. Their durability is enforced on certain axes depending on their shape. That makes sense, I guess, because even the crystal weapons are super brittle in this game. So I didn't know that about crystals, I guess, or diamonds more specifically. Which is kind of cool to learn. Stella says you can even vaporize a diamond at a bit over 1400 Fahrenheit. Diamond would be sturdier if you could shape them into a more uniform matrix. Interesting. Crusader would know they've watched Game Theory's videos on diamonds in Minecraft. The most reliable of diamond sources, I'm sure. This angle.
Who are you? Forge your weapons? Talk, 'tis no good, but forge, very good. I help any time. Talk, 'tis no good. No one home, everyone gone. But you, friend, you talk. I no talk, but happy. But you...
Alright, so that's all the Giant's dialogue there. He is like the last maybe giant here. He is the giant blacksmith of the gods, but he himself is not necessarily a giant deity. So
soon.
one of the things I really enjoy about the giant blacksmith is the way that he reinforces these weapons. It's extremely tiny, and so just holding it in between his index fingers with his oversized hammer and just looks more like a toy than a real weapon. I just kind of like that aspect about him. When we look at the giant itself, its face is covered by this mask, so it's a bit questionable whether or not he actually has a face or if it's just holeless like some of the giants that we see in Dark Souls 2 and 3. This is one of the only giants that'll like talk to us. There's also like Hawkeye Go. He's not very intelligent, as you can see, but he's generally like a very nice and friendly character. So it's going to be a terrible shame when I hit him.
Oi, stop that.
We get the blacksmith giant hammer for such a terrible thing that we've just done. It's a wooden hammer of the giant blacksmith in Anor Londo who handles lightning weapons. The giant blacksmith forges with this wooden hammer. Excuse me. The giant blacksmith forges with this wooden hammer, as it would be hazardous to handle lightning weapons with metals. So I do like the little bit of lore that the reason why it's not like a metal hammer, which you'd assume would be much better for forging weapons, is that the wood one doesn't conduct electricity, so it's safer for it. And then that's pretty much that. So I'll go ahead and reload and reinforce my weapons and all that good stuff. Blacksmith wheel, blacksmith deal. Wrestling time, prepare to buy, diamond lore. Spectrum says, believe it or not, but one of those Batwing demons clipped through the gate after you beat the sentinels in front of the cathedral. It came up behind and killed you. You weren't upset by it, but boy was I surprised. Yeah, it is crazy when stuff like that happens. On my blooper reel, I do have the clip of me being assassinated after killing the Capra demon in the Undead Burg. So you're in good company here, I suppose. He even has the tiny chair. More feet lore. Nighty-night indeed. You can feel your heart crack. You remember a wooden hammer. Your guess is it's arc tree wood, so it's petrified? Yeah, that's probably a good read on things. Wonders, welcome back to the stream. It's been a while. Hope you're doing well. Stella B says, you once got one of the butchers lost following you, and it suddenly came at you from far away from where it's supposed to be. In several minutes it popped up and you screamed in surprise.
Who are you? Forge your weapons?
So with him we can create lightning weapons innately, so we can turn our Zweihander into a lightning Zweihander. So it just kind of like splits our damage. I'm not really interested in that right now. And we don't have any special embers to give him just yet. Do that. It looks like we're kind of at an impasse until we get something else to level up this Zweihander, which I need to go through New Londo for, unfortunately. What else? Oh yeah, let's see what he has to offer. He can sell us Twinkling Titanite. It's really expensive at 8,000 souls a pop. The Giant's Halberd and the Giant Shield, which are what the Sentinels outside are using. Large halberd made of old brass used by the Giant Sentinels of Anor Londo. Brass contains traces of lightning, but as the halberd is designed for the Giant Sentinels, its weight is unbearable. So as we look, we can see that it does do lightning damage as well, and it is really heavy, as well as its Great Shield. Great Shield's made of bronze and marcasite. Used by Giant Sentinels of Anor Londo, marcasite or white iron is effective against non-physical damage, but as the shield is designed for the Giant Sentinels, its weight is unbearable. And as we see, it has pretty respectable resistances overall. And the Giant Armor. So this is also what we saw in like the painting in the one room up above. Armor of the Giant Sentinels of Anor Londo. Made from ancient brass, it also offers protection versus non-physical attacks, but due to its giant size, it is extremely heavy for humans and impedes stamina recovery. So I can't really compare it right now, but its stats are pretty ridiculous, but so is its weight. Alright, so we've shown all that off. Now we just need to like show off like the main cathedral type thing. And get our one set of loot over here. We get the Dragon Slayer Great Bow, as well as the arrows. Okay, so it would have dropped us over here. Okay, so... Protagonist says, you recently watched a documentary about old cultures. They made a detour about how Cyclopses used to be depicted as giants who were very skilled blacksmiths who originally crafted weapons for gods. Could there be a connection? Maybe. Now that you mention it, So the idea of the giant skeletons, they originally came from elephants. And when we look at the skin of this giant here, it does kind of resemble an elephant now that I think about it. Especially like that portion. I don't really think that's like super significant, but it just kind of struck a chord in my memory. Giant dead, become giant. That's like a hidden path with steel weapons? No. Is brass actually strong enough to be good armor? Yeah, it's too malleable to be good armor. And also this day and age, it's really not going to stop bullets anyway, so no. Is the long and short of it. Elda says he can transpose weapons. They don't call it transposition, of course. Get the giant dad armor. I'm not strong enough. And also we're doing the cosplay run of the cover art. Bonk. Did the double bonk. Oh yeah, I need to double check my rings. That's what it was. Okay, so, okay, I do have the good ring on. Okay. Was kind of scuffed, but it worked out. No, I didn't roll, And then we rolled into it. Wasn't trying to, but uh-oh. I should have remembered not. I should just not roll when I have that out. Oh, that staggered it? I honestly do not remember being able to be this beastie. Because those things kind of gave me trouble, the bigger giant ones. So I think that's everything, and this is like the run up to Aldrich in Dark Souls 3. Well, let me check out this little fresco thing. Interesting. We got the motifs of like the bread and the hearth and the lady again everywhere. Really a lot clearer in this game. Remastered version. So before I open the gate, I want to look at the door. Maybe it's a little bit clearer on the inside. Oh, it is. Oh, this is different. Okay. It looks like a woman with a child? I can't really make out... Oh, two women with children. Interesting. Up top. I wouldn't be surprised if it's like the Martin looking like thing that we can see in the Cathedral of the Deep. Okay. Interesting. Alright. Let's open the gate and then we'll be done with this section. Sort of. So let's go back to Solaire, and up ahead is where we fight Ornstein and Smough. Which is pretty annoying. Actually, I might do it and end off the stream that way. Because we don't have enough time to go through the painted world, unfortunately. And I'll need to fight them at some point eventually anyway. So that's what I get for making the detour, but I think it all works out. Mammoth Skulls is actually better than Iron. It's fun to grind Sentinels when you have Soul Spears like a Chad. Discount Tower Knights. Oh yeah, and we did see the little message that says the Black Eye Orb is quivering. So I think you can just use her in there, and then we'll fight, what's his face? Lautrec. If we do that quest line. So we should be able to level up. Yep. We're almost maxed out on strength, which is pretty cool. Need to not two-hand just to see. Oh, I wasn't two-handing. Okay, so still 4 points, which is what I expected. I probably want a little bit more vitality just for Ornstein and Smough, to be honest. I mean, the real trick is to not get hit, but we'll see. Discount Tower Knights. Spectrum says, brass was the metal used before iron and steel became a thing, yeah. So there was just like the brass age and then the iron age. Or no, bronze age and then the iron age. And bronze is related to brass, if I remember correctly. I think it's just like a brass and tin. I might be misremembering though. Wender says, on weapon transfusion, you think there was some kind of links between Seath and the giant blacksmith? Crystal Ember description reads that Seath made it, and that it can only be used by the Anor Londo blacksmiths. And you underestimate this Vihander? I do, but I mean, I used it before. I don't remember staggering them with one hit, though, is all. I might be higher level than when I first came through. No, I shouldn't be. I don't know. Maybe it's just because the last few times I played through was on New Game Plus, and they were harder. Elda says to Wenders, you think the point of that is the blacksmith, if of the gods, is the best blacksmith in the cosmos? And then Wender says, also Ornifex in DS2 mentions that her people learned of transposition from a pale beast, which is Seath, and in 3, the lizards of the transposing kiln, in your opinion, could suggest a tangential link to Seath as well. So yeah, I do think that Seath is the grandfather of soul transposition, which would fit in line with his research of souls and crystals overall. It's a little bit unfortunate that we don't get more direct ties between Seath and soul transposition in this game, though. We do have like his experiments, but those are a bit different, like the Pisakas and all that.
You really are fond of chatting with me,
Okay.
if I didn't know.
Do I want to solo them? Yeah, I kind of want to try to solo. Oh, we're gonna have to fight them twice. Okay. Let's go ahead and burn some humanity. And then once we get in front of... Maybe I should save it here. And then once we get in front of Ornstein and Smough, I'll save it there. Well, just in case I die to the damn golems. Goddess Baguette, welcome back. Elda says, bronze is copper and tin, and brass, you think. Okay. Copper, tin, and brass. Okay. It just went to 10 like I thought we would. Oh yeah, actually want to get through them without dying, so let's go ahead and save. Elda said that Seath also made the Scorpion Men and such. The products of his mad genius, you believe, are scattered to the winds. Did he really make the Scorpion Men, or do you mean the Serpent Men? Because I don't know DS2. Crusader says, will you be doing a lore through for all of the games? So we've already done a lore through of Dark Souls 3. I'm kind of working backwards, which is, oh well. it had been longer since I played 3, and I kind of wanted to replay it first. And so this was a bit of a impulsive decision to go through 1. I just, after doing the lore through for 3, it really made me realize that I wanted/needed footage from Dark Souls 1 for future lore videos. And then Chris, etc., welcome to the stream. He said, if Seath is responsible for soul transposition, is he also responsible for the curse? The curse rotted Greatwood is described as a place where curses were stored. No, I don't think Seath is responsible for the curse. The Dark Sign and the Seals of the Gods are the curse in these games. So I think Seath might have studied it, but I don't think he, like, created it at least. Let me get some water here. Not gonna bother with the same one. Elda said, DS2 has Scorpion people. They made it a pair made by Seath that survived after he was assassinated in one. Okay. Wonder said, Seath made Tark and Najka. or not Nika? I don't remember how to pronounce her name. In DS2, and in your opinion, DS1 Serpentmen could be his minions. Yeah, I feel like they're definitely his minions. I just didn't know that they were related to... what's it called? Teeth specifically. The scorpion people. Oh. Damn it. I think they chased me all the way up here, so I think I needed to just fight them. Wait, shouldn't I see the summon signs? Oh, it's earlier, isn't it? I think I would have ran past it. Okay, whatever. Okay, so sometimes I just hit the shield, which is why... they gave me more trouble, I think. Right, so let's just kill this dude over here. Oh, damn it, damn it, damn it. I lied. I think he'll just keep shooting at me now that I've aggroed it, which will be annoying. From it we can make weapons of Earl of Arstor and Lucatil, who represent the curses of Dark Souls 1 and 2. The four lords you wager are the architects of the curse, to varying degrees of involvement. Yeah, they might have all had a role to play. Exactly what those roles are is hard to say. That rhymed. Okay, there's the summon sign. That was a near rhyme. Still unintentional. So this is Solaire, because it's super orange. I was afraid of that. Okay. Stop hitting the wall, bro. Needed to heal. Or that. That'll be good. Ugh. 59 HP. I almost goofed. I would have definitely goofed if I tried to heal. Because that's my style. Alright, so we should definitely be fine with Ornstein and Smough and only 8 Estus. So I'll go ahead and save it right here, and then I'll fight them, like, try to kill them on my own once, and then I'll summon the second time around. I don't know what I want to kill first. Maybe this time around I want to kill Ornstein first, to finish off with Smough, and then look at his ring, and then just do it the opposite ways on the official one, so that way we end up with the Leo ring. I don't know. Wonder says, only Gwyn and the gods are responsible for the undead curse, in your opinion, going by the DS3 ring's knight armor description. So yeah, I suppose if you don't consider the witches gods, or like Nito a god, that would also make sense. Zelda said, it really makes you think Seath is responsible for the gargoyles and the guardian beast of Ulasil. Huh. Yeah, the guardian beast, the sanctuary guardian is kind of weird to explain, but it's also described as being closer to the demons in some ways. So yeah, maybe with the gargoyles, that might be a connection? I don't know. Chris says, also to note is only Basilisk and Seath can cause curse. Sort of. I think there might have been another cause in here that I don't remember. No, you might be right. Okay. So we're going to go fight Ornstein and Smough. Oh, and I'll also need to connect... I probably won't need to collect footage. At the very least, I could go through it solo and then do it when we summon. That makes sense. Okay. Nightbot trying to take us down. It's interesting the Sentinels can cast miracles. Come on and slam. Yeah, I guess I never thought about that. So even the Sentinels, the giant Sentinels, probably have some belief in the gods. So are they Sentinels, or are they like golems, or are they giants? They're probably giants, since it's called the giant armor. but they seem more like automatons. Level 50, fighting Ornstein and Smough. We should be good. Goddess Baguette says, is that hall the same one that leads to Aldrich, or are you mistaken? No, this is definitely it. It has a lot more lighting. And so we'd fight the 3 dudes that we farmed over here. And it doesn't have the sludge coming out. And there was a chest over here in Dark Souls 3 where you get your Estus shard. And you fought like the Deep-Flicted beast over there. So this is the same Anor Londo in Dark Souls 3, but Dark Souls 1 did it first. Mender says, it is worth noting that the Sentinels take additional damage from the occult like the other Godkin and followers. Yeah, so it does say that the occult weapons on its description, it says like, those who are very strong believers also take more damage, which is partially why I think the gods take damage. They probably are scared of the dark, and that fear probably harms them more. And I only think that's really relevant just because it is also the power of the gods to be able to bless armor and shields and stuff to be resistant against the dark. So it's kind of weird how it works. And it also explains why there's the hexes related to miracles in Dark Souls 3 that are related to darkness and stuff. It is a bit related to belief sometimes. We get some water. And then I probably won't be able to read chat during the fight. Elda wonders if the people of the Ring City are there because they were made permanently undead in the war and they knew they couldn't revert back. Maybe that's why they were quarantined. Aldrich is in the same area as Ornstein and Smough. Yes. So we'll go into the arena in just a moment. Spaghetti says that's really cool. Chris says, any much thought about Lautrec? He's in Dark Anor Londo, so he broke the illusion of Gwynevere. He also is infatuated with Fina, so was he expecting her here? Fina? I don't know. It seems like Lautrec is in search of humanity for a little bit because of the way that he kills like the Firekeeper, or maybe just souls in general. I don't have tons of thought about him on his own. I do think his quest obviously mirrors a lot of that of Leonhard's in Dark Souls 3 and Rosaria's quest as well. But that's a good question. Sorry, I don't have a better answer. Elda thinks the gods are scared of the dark because they're weak to darkness. Probably, but to some degree they do have an ability to resist it, which is kind of interesting to me. Chris says, Fina is clearly meant to be Filianor. The description of her chime says Filianor's favor with the skill pray for favor. Does it really? I need to double check that. Wender says, in your opinion, Lautrec wanted to offer the Firekeeper souls to Fina, which is why he came to the City of the Gods, Anor Londo. You think the Firekeeper soul in Undead Parish is his work too? Yeah, that's a pretty popular idea. And thank you all for bringing that up. So let's go ahead and get wrecked by Ornstein and Smough. That's the crap just got real cutscene right there. I hate that the lightning curves. Wait, who am I gonna kill again? I'm gonna kill Leo Boy. He needs to dash at me though. Oh, that's slower than I thought. Not that kind of dash. We should stagger him with our strength build right here. We need to get Patty. Stuck. Okay, this should be okay, I hope. Oh, I screwed up. Okay, I lived. I died. Oh no. The iframes of standing up are real. Heal up. He's gonna hit me. Oh, we're gonna get slammed. Okay. Obviously don't know how much damage I'm taking. I just need to stay aggressive on Ornstein here. Okay, that did kill him. It just takes a second for the cutscene to go. Okay, okay. So, Smough will be able to one-shot me with his damn lightning stuff. I don't remember if that rebel's always there, if that was just kind of a coincidence. He's got like one move that's kind of hard to avoid that can just one-shot, which is really annoying. Maybe not so much for New Game, but definitely was that way on New Game Plus. This sounds like more muted. Think that has follow-ups on that one? No. Two hits will stagger him, good to know. Bait some stuff out, maybe. I'm really scared if he's just gonna like swing twice. Oh, that's the dead move. Thought I pulled out my shield to block that. I'm surprised I lived. Really getting wrecked by that. Oh, this is the dead move. Okay. The lightning can be lived. I was thinking of his charge, which is super annoying to me. Dead? Sweet! One-shotted. Soulless Smough. And humanity. We did it! That was a pleasant surprise. Probably out of Estus, aren't I? Oh, I have 3 left. Okay. So used 5 of them. Sweet! Feels better after dying to the archer so many damn times. Giant dad build OP bros. The music. Woo! Yeah, boy, Ornstein. Alright, Wender says, notice how the Firekeeper Souls in Dark Souls 1 increases the Estus flask number, and Narma, Nama, DS2 Goddess of Love, has an Estus flask as their symbol. Yeah, I don't know any of that, so that's pretty cool. I didn't think the Firekeeper Souls increased the Estus flask number. I thought that was the Rite of Kindling. I know that they increased the amount that they heal, though. And so, in Wender's opinion, Fina equals Nama, especially considering the DS2 engraved ring description about the gods. Nice aim, Ornstein fused with the stone. Absorbing the souls of the fallen comrade is a tradition dating back before the Age of Fire. So yeah, that might be what the Nameless King stuff was describing a bit more. That when they like killed the dragons in battle, they took their souls as their own. So this is probably what Smough did to Ornstein. And Ziana says, you always went for Ornstein since you get the poke ring? Yeah. Well, Hydra, welcome in. You said just joined in. What's up, Protagonist? As you can see, we just fought Ornstein and Smough. We one-shot them, which is awesome, doing it solo. And so the next time we go in, we're going to try to kill Smough first and get Super Ornstein. And we'll summon, or maybe not. And then I might do it all over again and summon and get more like third-party or third-person perspective views for footage. Let's go, G freaking G. Thank you very much, Scott Spaghetti. Tiny Boot says, careful with the charge attack. Yeah, that was the one that I was remembering that'll like one-shot me. And fortunately, he didn't do it. I was confusing the jump up with the lightning versus the charge, because the charge has like very little telegraph, and that could definitely one-shot me. Because that was wrecking me in my like new game plus 2 or 3 cycle the last time I played. Winder says you're bad. Yes, the Firekeeper Soul increases the effectiveness of the Estus Flask. Still working regarding the logic theory? Okay. Ornstein? Cool, yeah. So this is the Soul of Smough. Soul of Smough, the Executioner, who guards the cathedral in the forsaken city of Anor Londo. Special beings have special souls. Blah, blah, blah. That's the same for all of them. Wait, no, I guess... Okay, just the Iron Golem doesn't have a special soul. Use the soul of this eerily gleeful executioner to acquire a huge amount of souls or to create a unique weapon. So Smough was an executioner, and so he killed a bunch of people, and he probably had a bunch of humanity, which is why he was so big. And I don't remember if we can go to the giant and we buy his set from him. Oh no, we need to go see Domino. So we need to go back to Firelink to show all that off. We could get the Lord Vessel. Trying to think of what I want to do right now. Damn it. Okay, yeah, let's go see Gwynevere. And I'll power through this stuff real quick. Hopefully try to get to Firelink super quickly. I don't think you need to run back once you get the Lord Vessel. I think you get just teleported there? I don't remember. Might be wrong, though. And then I'll reload it. It'll be annoying. If I have to run back, I'm probably just not going to do this on the stream. I might just read the descriptions for his armor set.
Thou hast journeyed far and overcome much, chosen undead. Come hither, child. O chosen undead, I am Gwynevere, daughter of Lord Gwyn and Queen of Sunlight.
Is it always this dark?
Father, his form did obscureth. I have awaited thee. I bequeath the Lord Vessel to thee.
Lord Vessel? Hey, trophy. Okay, it'll be good to redo the stuff anyway. Just get the trophy crap out of the way.
And beseech thee. Succeed Lord Gwyn, and inheriteth the fire of our world. Thou shalt endeth this eternal twilight, and avert further undead sacrifices. O chosen undead, thou hast journeyed far.
Princess's Guard.
Since the day Father his form did obscureth, I have awaited thee, once living, now undead, and a fitting heir to Father Gwyn thou art. O chosen undead, and beseech thee. Succeed Lord Gwyn, and inheriteth the fire of our world. A grave and arduous test of metal, yea, it shall be. Indeed, we had felt the warmth of fire, its radiance and the life it sustaineth. Without fire, all shall be a frigid and frightful dark. Please, Father's role thou should assume, and inheriteth the fire of our world. Thou shalt endeth this eternal twilight, and avert further undead sacrifices. Kingseeker Fremt, the primordial serpent, shall guideth thee. Now thou shalt go forth, chosen undead. May thou be one with the sunlight forevermore.
Okay, so as soon as you grab it, you can just start warping. I thought you had to set it down for that to happen, so that actually makes the game a lot easier. Okay, we'll go to Firelink, we'll talk to Domino, because I never showed him off, but he's there now. And I'll read all of the stuff for Smough's set, and then reset. And then get maybe better footage for Gwynevere. She actually looked a lot darker in this one than I remembered for Prepare to Die. Sweet, he's still there. And then these guys should still be here as well. Maybe you just show this off.
Oh, hello again. I was waiting to tell you. Master Logan has returned, and he tells me that he has you to thank. Well, we are both in your debt now. Thank you, sincerely. He's just over there. Go along and have a chat.
I don't care about it. Let me catch up what you guys are saying, and then I'll do all that. Chest. Tim, welcome back. You said the Lord Vessel is what allows you to warp. Sweet. Okay. Elda said, do you think the idea is if you're in the battle gods would coup de grace crippled and dying comrades to keep their strength, and people weren't allowed to hold grudges because of this? Smough people like a Dumpty Aldrich. Amazing chest ahead. Gwynevere, child, me. Remastered is darker? Okay. So maybe they made it darker on purpose to make it a bit more... to foreshadow that something's off. And I use the term foreshadow more as a pun there. The other one gonna chase me? Yeah. Okay. That's one way to attack. Okay. So our buddy Domhnall should be where that one, I think it was just a Ring of Sacrifice was. Yep. I said yep prematurely, but he's definitely here. Okay. Stella says, doesn't Frampt only give you one soul if you feed him Smough? So lol? I think so. That might be worth showing off. So it just shows that he like hates it. No, it's Seath's soul, I think. I don't remember. Elda says, you think it's dark because you're too profane to gaze upon her countenance? Also fits with her being like a dawn goddess. So in Prepare to Die, she was a lot brighter, and it was easier to make her out. And, you know, the amazing chest rumors were a lot more real back then, with it being brilliantly illuminated. But, yeah, it kind of surprised me how much darker it was in the remastered one. Because it was kind of, like, not good for footage overall. Lady Dimitrescu, eat your heart out. Wender says, you think it's noteworthy that she specifies that the dark is frigid, dark is cold. So is Smough Aldrich? No, I don't believe so. Aldrich is probably somebody completely different. Wender said, like the painter in DS3 talking about her cold, dark, and gentle place. Chris says, who do we think made Smough a knight? He probably, I mean, Anor Londo probably just accepted help from random people. At the very least, it's probably one of the 4 knight captains, and therefore it's most likely Ornstein since they do fight together. Smough is not a knight, he's the last knight. Aye Shemai. If it was Gwendolyn, then why not in Dark Souls 1? Then it was a Sullivan after he took over? As the last man standing in the City of the Gods, he would make a good saint of the now corrupted way of light. Smough's Hammer in 3 says he was the last knight. Okay. Minmax is going to head to bed. Thanks for the stream. Goodbye, LP and chat. Thank you very much, Minmax. We're kind of closing off ourselves pretty soon, so hopefully we'll see you tomorrow. And if not, stay safe. Chris says, in DS1 he was explicitly not a knight. Aldrich is Erden.
Aye, Shemai. I didn't expect to meet anybody here. I suppose great minds think alike, eh? I'm afraid I don't see anything here.
I hate when he says that. Like I'm a nobody. Oh, we could get the master key from him. So yeah, this is an amazing item. I don't think there's really too much use of this at this point in the game. But it's good for the depths. Or like when you... whatever. This universal key opens any basic lock. Tool of the trade for thieves. But in the cursed land of the undead, most doors are better left unopened. Crystal straight sword. He's had this stuff before. Oh, fairly normal bows. So Helm of the Wise. So Golem Helm. So that's from the Iron Golem we fought, obviously. And then Smough stuff. So after you do kill bosses, for whatever reason, our explorer friend gets their item set. So this is body of the Iron Golem, guardian of the ancient Sen's fortress, slayer of heroes who ventured forth to Anor Londo. Without its core, it is a mere hunk of iron, and can be equipped as a solid protective gear, but its immense weight hinders stamina recovery. So those are all the same. Oh, it just makes it plural, that's kind of cool. Smough's helm and armor and legs are pretty much all the same. So, Helm of Smough the Executioner, protector of the cathedral at the forsaken city of Anor Londo. It offers extremely high defense and can be worn by humans, but not without great difficulty. Holy crap, we've got a ridiculous amount of souls. I'm buying things to have them say different things.
Well, I'm certain we will make a good trade eventually, so I am willing to share some tips. The cursed ghosts of New Londo are formidable foes. To face them, you will require special arms, or a cursed body. The quickest way to be cursed? Try the bug-eyed lizards in the sewer. Desperate measures, to be sure. You are a fine trading partner. Rumor it may be, but I have heard of a surviving ancient dragon who resides in this land. A coterie of undead serves the dragon, as they train to become dragons themselves. Sounds unlikely, but you never know, do you? I'm afraid...
I don't remember if he says anything else, so let's just buy pretty much everything.
Thank you. That was a fine trade. I have this funny feeling we'll meet again soon. And we'll make another fine trade, of course. Aye, Smough. I didn't expect to meet anybody here. I suppose great minds think alike, eh? I'm afraid I don't see anything here. What problem do you have now? I'm a man of peace. Enough of you, I say. Farewell.
I like that the idiot is, lost.
Why, my precious collection?
My precious. Alright, so obviously we're going to reload. I love the Wile E. Coyote deaths like that. When it looks like you fall like completely through and it leaves your silhouette. Yeah, so we were able to show that off, which I'm glad. Now we'll fight the twins again and get the Ornstein stuff. I guess I didn't show off that you could transpose his soul into a ring, but whatever. Elda says, you think Smough was knighted in exchange for staying while Ornstein left? Tim says, yeah, there's not really any use for it this late. The Master Key? Yeah. Chris says, you wonder why Ornstein left? He was guarding Gwynevere and would not have left her if her illusion was still active. At some point, Gwendolyn openly became ruler of Anor Londo. May have been then. So it says that he left to go pursue the Nameless King. So for all we know, this Ornstein might not be the real Ornstein. It could just be some armor possessed by something. It could just work like the giant sentinels from earlier. It's kind of unfortunate that Ornstein is a little bit of a mess as far as it comes to the lore in all three games. Elda says, you never meet any other Way of the Dragon members, right? No, I don't think you do in this game. So it's kind of interesting that Domhnall knows of it. And yeah, I forgot to take the time to point out that he does give us a glimpse as to a hint of the stone dragon. Not really much of a hint as to how to get to it. Chris says, if not, it would be when Sullivan Aldrich poisoned the water reserve, causing Gwendolyn to fall ill and the illusion vanished. I don't think we have any concrete info about Sullivan and Aldrich poisoning Gwendolyn. I don't know where you get that info from. Then Elda says, Ornstein left to find his mentor, the firstborn in exile. So yeah, we just learned that Ornstein goes to follow the Nameless King. He's gonna charge, no charge. Oh, that's a charge though. Did I hit him? I don't think I did. That's the charge. Oh, staggered. Oh, we're gonna get hit. Oh, that's bad, that's bad. Oh, I lived. Holy crap. New game is really kind, this duo here. Staggered him. That was kind of surprising, but very welcome. Oh damn, that hit me. Heal up. He's gonna charge. Could be it. Nope. YOLO. Oh, I didn't run. I was trying to do my running R1. Out, please. Keep getting hit by the random crap. I honestly don't remember how he fights in this form too well. Oh, he just becomes giant, and then... pretty much the same thing, but we can't stagger him is essentially what it is. Oh, he got me drinking. Oh, that's the... Oh, okay, I think I was confusing the two in their giant form. Now I feel a little bit better. I'm trying to dodge. Go back. Good. That's buffered. Oh, that didn't hit me. Maybe I should heal, I don't know. Yeah, we did it! Oh, that was perfect. Wee. And then after that, we pick up the Leo ring. One shot both of them. That feels amazing. And I don't really think we need more footage than that. I might just leave it there, because I don't really feel like taking the time to do it all again. Sweet! Let's check out our item descriptions. Feel like a boss after dying to the archers so many damn times. Chris says, the Archdeacon McDonald. Katie said, you put the depiction of the angels and the Archdragon peak on Discord now. Thank you. Zelda says, it's so goofy, Smough's like the gaping dragon with how his head works. With like a fake head on top of his mouth and the moves. Ornstein does a psycho dive. Okay. Tim says, Super Ornstein gains a butt stomp and a grab with the spear. Oh, maybe showing off the grab might be cool. I don't know. Not really worth it at this point, I don't think. Alexander says, hey, Ball and Music. Yeah. Also, welcome back, Alexander. It's nice to have you. You're kind of catching us at the end of things, unfortunately. Elda said, with how the giant faces seem to have giant physics, you wonder if Gwynevere could even run. The giant foes seem to have giant physics, okay. Thank you for the GGs. And Katie says, Smough dies. Ornstein, you were an ass, but you were a knight. Rest in peace. Ornstein dies. Smough, lol, he died. Give me that lightning. Alright, so this is the soul of Ornstein, Dragon Slayer Knight who guards the cathedral in the forsaken city of Anor Londo. Special beings have special souls. Lord Gwyn granted this soul to his 4 most trusted knights, used to acquire a huge amount of souls or to create a unique weapon. And then we picked up the ring. So I forgot that it says that Gwyn granted this soul to his knights. So between the 4 knights, the 4 kings, and Seath, he really did split it up quite a bit. I forgot that the knights received some as well. So it is a bit questionable as to whether or not Ornstein was a man. The 4 kings could have been like Ornstein before they got seduced by Koth. We don't really know though. So there is also the possibility that Ornstein could be like a godkin or like a silver knight if they're all godkin as well. Especially with him being weak to darkness, I guess, it would kind of fit into the picture if he was related to the gods. But I digress. Let's check out the new ring. It's the Leo ring, one of the special rings granted to the 4 knights of Gwyn. The Leo ring belonged to Ornstein the Dragon Slayer. This ring strengthens counters with pierce weapons. His lugged spear is said to have sliced a boulder in 2. So overall, it's pretty straightforward. I do like that there's the kind of symbolism between the lion imagery on his armor as well as in the ring. It does help characterize him a little bit more. And so because of all of that stuff, it's pretty easy to look at lion figures and relate them to Ornstein. But I don't think that they all work that way. But at the very least, lions are also symbols of the sun in mythology, just because of their like golden mane. So there is more of a link between Ornstein and Gwyn than Smough, which does kind of play into the imagery of why Smough isn't a real knight of Gwyn. At least in Dark Souls 1. I guess maybe by the time of Dark Souls 3 they retcon it, but... Alright, so that was that. And then... let me catch up with you guys, and then we'll probably end it here. We can start off tomorrow talking to Gwynevere, doing the Lord Vessel stuff, going to the Painted World, pretty much anything at this point. So just so long as we don't place the vessel, I think we're in the clear. Alexander says, he gave Go nothing. Giants and humans seem to get screwed by Gwyn at every turn. Tim says, some kind of demigod, perhaps. There's not really anything to support it, but shrug. Definitely a demigod. The definition of demigod fits these beings perfectly. Chris says, where is this boulder? Pixar didn't happen. It's right there, guys. That's the boulder. Winder says, metaphor for piercing dragon scales, which are stones/minerals, with his spirit. Oh, that's a really good reading of things, I think. Yeah. Because he is called the Dragon Slayer as well. And if you consider like the dragon scales like stones, yeah. Maybe there's a clearer connection in the Japanese on that it might be worth examining. Tim says, correct. To see Koth, you only need to not place the Lord Vessel before fighting him. Him being the 4Ks. Okay, the 4 Kings. Alright, everybody. Once again, thank you all for joining me on this adventure. And we will begin this stream again tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And then we'll be going through the Painted World of Ariamis. Maybe showing off a little bit of the dichotomy between Gwynevere and Gwyndolin. And checking out Lautrec as well, if we remember. So once again, thank you all for stopping by. Hope you stay safe until next time, and take care.